Hey Noah, what's up, man? Let me get this all set up here. Give me a second. So, did I have problems with a spider last night? I must have. Or else just got one way or the other. Let's see, so we're still here. All good. Seems all good. Just let me know when the camera freezes. you know that's going down. Um, I wonder what the problem here for real. Shouldn't be any problem with that at all. It's not for a while. Spirit? Okay. Spirit. Okay. And oh, I had it for the dark spawn, yeah. Electricity helps a little bit. I see stuff like this starts to look kind of pretty good. Um, Especially if that was like a bunch of stamina, you know, like stamina and then stamina regen and then I don't know, physical damage. Like that would be really really ideal. I'm gonna wear the amulet influence anyway, just to get the money gain. I usually drop it off when we start Act 2. So yeah. Okay. Let's save.
Nothing to worry about.
That thing just frozen. She's literally frozen. I gotta see how often that actually is really happening here. shit. Nice. You ever got sovereigns off the big spider? I don't think I've ever gotten sovereigns. I don't think so. That was over half a sovereign between those two things, so that's pretty cool. Pretty sure I haven't. We got 2 cold staffs, right? Oh, did we left that with Meryl, didn't we? God damn it. Oh, that's a bitch. Oh, that's not cool. Not thinking, man. Stupid mistake. It should be all darkspawn from here. They don't like that shit at all. They really don't like that shit at all. Nice.
Well, I'll be a Nug's uncle. Isn't that Bodan's boy?
So, oh, say, KXA, man. Hey, thanks for the sub. I saw it. It doesn't... Well, if it does tell me, I didn't hear it. Anyway.
Hello.
Glad I looked, though. Appreciate it.
He survived this entire time.
That's awesome. That's pretty special. We get about... I think we go up by about 5 subscriptions a year, basically. It'll say plus 11, then it'll say like minus 8, then it'll say like, whatever. I guess people subscribe, and then an hour later is like, what the... And then I guess they just unearthed. I don't know. However that works. Anyway, I appreciate it.
I'd really like to know how you managed to kill all of them.
Boom.
And how did you do that?
Not enchantment.
Okay, well, there's no other way to interpret that but magic. Okay, so you got...
Smart boy.
Dwarven Mage.
Come on. We still need to find a way past that collapse.
I guess. I don't know. Nice.
Baker's breath.
How about you?
I think there's supposed to be another wave. It's known as this. It's going to give us some weird XP number. Yeah, like 496. I think that's supposed to be like one of those like 800 or 1000 XP. I've never gotten... Sometimes I don't even get that wave. When I come through with the two-hander, sometimes I wipe that mob out so fast that nothing else spawns and it just quits. And then it gives you like 200 something. But it's be a weird number, like 229 or something. Like just a completely just off number. Yeah, at least we're getting some change, though. All this extra money gain is working. I mean, if it's dropping the money for you, your money gain is working. Instead of 8, we'd normally be getting like 5. It's not quite double, but I mean, it's... Actually, that 8 probably would have been like 6 or 6.5. Probably 6. I think that's fair. About 50% more. 40% more based on everything we got, going here. I think that's about right. I think that's fair. I gotta pee, man. Hold on a second. Pee before I started stream. Advantage coming down here is we do have the opportunity to split staffs, so we do have a decent cold staff. I don't know why we kept the one that I put a friggin' frost rune in. I left it with Meryl. I mean, I had to have left it with Meryl. I don't have it in my inventory unless I accidentally sold it or something. I don't see why I would do that. I mean, I've done mindless or stupid shit before, but I don't think that's the case. Meryl probably has it, because I probably took her to a cavern where we needed frost damage, like a Tal Vashoth cavern or some shit like that, and just left her with the staff and didn't get it back from her before we came here. I guess that's probably what happened. Anyway, doesn't matter. We still have a decent cold staff, which we're lucky to have. And then we'll get a spirit staff that we're going to get a cold rune for free. I think it's from the dragon. And then we can throw that into the spirit staff and let somebody use that during the rock wraith fight. And it'd be a mix of damage, I guess, so that's cool. Still don't see one doing a single series on the rock wraith. I doubt it. I mean, I wasn't able to do it before. I could really only do that on the backwards compatible. Especially on the Series X, it was doable, but you had to have the frame rate active. The only thing that's more fun than that is doing it either with a two-hander or doing it with a blood mage and hitting him with that blood wound, and just you hear that. It sounds like you're like, I don't know, crushing a tree from outside in or something, or inside out, and it's just like that. Like all the bones are just shattering as the. Oh man, that's nasty. It's one of the nastiest audio to an animation that you could like ever have. That's a fire dagger, by the way. Don't really see what benefit it has going forward. There's probably like an ambush with some certain humans in Act 2 somewhere that's worth using fire on, and I don't know. I mean, the main fire thing really in the game is Night Lies in Act 1. After that, I don't like just saying like, fire's the shit. Almost every demon ambush is mixed with rage demons, so that's no good. Then you got Canary, that's no good. They're immune to fire. half the humans, or at least most of the humans, including Templars, they're immune to fire. Every once in a while, you'll find some humans that are weak to it. No demons are weak to it. Although, I think there's a frost horror once in the game. Maybe twice. But I think really just once. And I think it's in the Vartariel cave. I think that's a frost horror. Fire probably helps there. That would make sense. But, yeah, not really much use for it. So it's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Nothing that I wouldn't be like just having regular daggers or a regular weapon and then just having, elemental, fire weapons from a staff just to get a few extra, points or whatever. Nothing worth any more than that, really. All right, so good.
Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises. We're good to go. Easy as pie. Piece of cake. Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
I didn't trigger the trap, but it said I did, so I guess I got to deal with that. Not cool. Those traps are worth like 200 XP a piece, or something, at least 150. It's something like that. And then the ogre itself is worth like $2,000. So you get like $3,000 off this one ambush. I don't miss any of these traps. I just don't miss any of these traps. All right, so all good. Just try it again. I mean, I have an idea where they're at. Yeah, see, I didn't trigger that one.
Easy as pie. We're good to go. Piece of cake.
We'll just do it like that. There's one more. I think.
Now that's just rude. What are they
That's
trying
probably
to
it.
ruin my boots?
Yeah, 2158, and then another. What? Even if those traps are only worth like 100 apiece, that's still damn near $3,000. If they were like 150 or two, you're talking like 3,400, some shit like that. I don't know. And no money there. Weird. Should have dropped some money. That was considered a boss, really. Okay, well, that's kind of not cool, but whatever. We just got the dragon now.
Mind if I try my hand at that?
2 sovereigns. Okay, I think normally what I'm getting when I come through here is just under 2. It's like 189 or 190 something. So
I love doing
a
that.
little bit of extra, I think. The extra. Yeah, there's one there, and there's one there. So yeah, we're getting extra. We just got an extra, like, probably third of a sovereign. I don't want to say free because I actually paid for that shit, so I earned that, but still. Definitely more money than we normally get. Okay. Now this is fire damage. It's got great stats, just fire damage. I mean, doesn't work on anything in the deep roads, or pretty much about 70% of Act 2. It doesn't work on anything. Oh wow, Spirit and then Spirit 2. We'll keep that one. Fire damage doesn't do us any good at all. Definitely drop this one then. So we need cold damage here. And then wish we had another cold damage. That sucks. We don't have another cold damage. Really want 2 for this. That second staff we got, had that been a cold damage staff, this would be perfect, but whatever. Okay, so that's a beautiful staff, but this one, that's a lot of damage for a staff. I mean, it really, really is. Yeah, seriously. Okay. Nobody needs that. Okay, so I think the golden, I think it's like a nug charm or something. There's an amulet you get, and it's like health and stamina, and I think health regen or something. But if it was like health, stamina, and then damage, dude, it'd just be like perfect. I usually give it to Aveline. Because it's perfect for her. But it's kind of perfect for what we're doing too. And we're kind of doing Aveline's job, so there is that. Shit is possible. We might have close to maybe even over. Yeah, over 50, oh shit, 60 sovereigns when we get out of here. It's possible. Probably likely, actually. Especially if you get a lucky drop or two. There's 1 or 2 places that can give you sovereigns that normally don't, but they can. Not saying they will, but they can, but they could. Motherfucking piece of shit. You cheating ass fuck. Cheating ass fuck. I'm gonna ignore you so that I can make sure you can't play the game legitimately. I'm cheating. It's exactly what the fuck just happened. So fucking bad. Dude, it's so fucking bad. Come on, bitch. Once again, 100% game bullshit, 0% me. 100%. Fucking annoying. Just bad. That was just bad. Ignoring threat and then tunneling everybody in a hallway and breathing fire 15 times farther than the fire actually goes to make sure that everybody dies, and then just ignoring all threat and ignoring all the AI and ignoring all the tactics and ignoring what the game has to do and everything it has to do to make it even play fair. It doesn't do a single fucking one of those things. And everything it can't do, it does that 5 fucking times when it can't even do it once. Basically. That's annoying. This bitch, come here. Doing it again. Alright, so, like I said, cheating its fucking ass off. I have Varric programmed to do a specific thing. He has 2 jobs. That's one of them. And he's not doing either. So, whatever, man. I'm about to lose my patience for good, like, real quick, man. Apparently my fuse was... I thought maybe I had a fuse. My fuse was this long. And it's already gone. So, yeah, I'll pull the fucking plug on this quick. Don't have time for this shit. Do not like being cheated. Especially not twice in a row. People should get shot for that. But I can't shoot the game, so... If I could, I'd be right in doing so. Well, the developers who... never mind. Never mind. It's having harder and harder time to load, too. It's going to get more and more corrupt. Okay, you can't do all those attacks back to back to back to back to back to back to back. You really can't. You can't use that yet. It literally is not on your cooldown. You literally can't. Okay, your wings don't stretch that far. They do not stretch that far. That's not even a thing. It's literally not a game thing. Those flappy wings don't cover the entire fucking deep rows. No, they actually don't. That is literally not a thing. Cheating fucking bitch piece of shit. Fuck you. But at least it was Anders that died. That's okay. That makes it better. At least, I guess. No, it definitely makes it better. At least Anders died. If it wasn't for the hyper-aggravated, I can only do things once every 10 seconds, so I just did it 5 times in 4 seconds. If it wasn't for that bullshit, it's even worse on the backwards compatible. It's actually even worse sometimes. It's just, like, in the middle of flapping their wings, they get down flapping their wings, having already bit you, then flap their wings again while they're screeching, and then bite you and flap their wings. You're literally stun locked, knocked down, and fucking paralyzed 14 fucking times in 3 seconds when you couldn't possibly even have half of that over 30 seconds. So it can get even worse. In other words, it's just a fucking dumpster fire, but whatever. The air shock fight is just as bad. Even worse. Air shock sticks his swords out, facing east. Right? You're 30 feet to the west, and you warp back to him backwards. Dude, it's the most horribly scripted fight with animations and just mechanic. Nothing makes, like, literally there's not a single thing that makes sense in it. It's the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. Except the Corypheus fight, which is
this what you
it
were
requires
expecting?
parkour, which you don't have.
An abandoned time, something old.
So, yeah.
What is this?
How did you even know?
Developer embarrassment is what I would call that.
After the third blight. A week below the surface, they said. But nobody...
Y'all ever run into somebody who says, I have anxiety attacks?
Right.
But if you're anxious about shit because you know you're wrong in everything that you are and say and do, then maybe you should be anxious. And you know what? That's not a disorder. That's not any kind of affliction or illness or anything else. It's just a common state for somebody that's as corrupt and fucking decrepit and worthless as you actually are. You know, sometimes that's the other side of that coin. The people who did certain things here and were pretty much in control of everything. Inquisition. And even those motherfuckers were better than the fucking abominations, the sodomites that fucking made Failguard. Okay, so facts. Anyway. Yeah, maybe they do have anxiety attacks, and you know what? They actually brought them on themselves for just fucking sucking and knowing that their shit should give them stress because it was just so bad it should have never been released. One of the best games ever made, but there's a couple things in here that are so highly questionable that's it's like, damn, bro, like that's not just an accident, that's not a mistake, that's just you suck. You can't say that just did because it's the truth, right? You know, that type of thing. Anyway, whatever. I should have one more cold room. I should. I think. Let's man, we got like 37. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah, get rid of that. I'm not using that. That's 20, another 20. Damn. Dude, we just got like 7-8 sovereigns just since that spider. I think we're at like 30 or 31. High 30s, low. Yeah, I was like, yeah, we've got like 7 sovereigns just from that. You can probably spend a little bit. I'm gonna get a few extra of these because this doesn't play like it's playing well. Dude, man, goddamn, a sovereign just for. Oh, that's sick. Oh well, let's just spend a sovereign and a half for 4 of them instead of a sovereign for 2 of them. Don't think I need any of that. I don't think. Anything friggin' amazing? Nope. All right. My boy Sandal.
Say thank you to the nice lady for saving your life, Sandal.
I think he saved ours because he like the entire like I'm gonna kill you on this ledge ambush with the ogre, you know, in a space like this big, not a big room, but like this big. And Sandal's like, okay, Hawk's gonna get all this, but this is gonna be a problem. So I'm just gonna go ahead and kill all this shit with my God mode. Everybody dies by frost magic that dwarfs don't have, and then yeah, we'll let Hawk take care of the rest. Because I mean, you know, you at least got to do some work, right?
Enchantment? My boy's quite good at it. Does any of your equipment require enchanting?
Let's see what he can do.
So actually, if we really wanted to penny pinch, we could go to this little golem shade ambush, get whatever money we're gonna get our little extra penny or 2, and then come back. And then, but because I got to replace the runes of fortune now with lightning resistance. That's the most important thing in the deep roads. Period. Anyway, I'm back. Should be, we should be good though. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Wait. Yeah, see, it's equipped by Merrill. I would let one of the mages use that, and then one of the mages use the other cold staff. To be honest, I think cold. I mean, like, so if you mix, like, cold doesn't stack. So if both your mages have a cold staff, then I don't. It probably determines which one you equip last, or who has the higher elemental, who has the higher magic score with elemental whatever, or whoever did elemental weapons last and is overriding the one before that. Kind like a bunch of shit is kind of conflicting here. Like heroic aura is conflicting. Elemental weapons would conflict there, but the Rock Wraith is supposed to be weak to spirit and cold. So in this case, right, having a spirit staff with cold damage, or even a spirit staff with spirit damage. I don't have a spirit rune, but let's just say I did. Maybe that wouldn't be like the worst idea. And so, like it says, the plus 3 spirit damage is actually coming from whoever's equipping the staff. And then the cold damage is coming from Bethany. So now we increase the spirit damage. Maybe it's like a plus 4 spirit damage. Also to Bethany. And then vice versa, right? So, I don't know. The only rune I have that's actually worth a shit here is this, so might as well use it. Okay, so yeah, I need to replace this with this. I've already got that. Oh, shit. Okay. Can still keep my, oh man, can still keep 2 of my fortune runes. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a good setup. It's nice to have a shield. Sword and board definitely gets an advantage. Pretty much across the board. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, I mean, we're set. We're set as we're gonna be, I guess.
You found him! I can't believe it! You found him! Hello? I owe you a great debt. I will repay it somehow. I swear my life on it.
What do you have in mind?
I don't know, but I will find a way.
Yeah, Stranding, the one with, what's his face? From The Walking Dead. Meryl. Oh, not Meryl. No, Meryl was his brother, right? Hey, what's his name from The Walking Dead? I don't even remember the actor's name. I just know it's Daryl? Is it Daryl? His name's Daryl and his brother's Meryl, right? Or something like that? Oh, God. Well, apparently it's been a while. Daryl? Is it Daryl? I think it's Daryl Dixon. And then his brother was Merrill. Or something like that. Dixon or something. Anyway, whatever. You know, motorcycle guy with the... There's another game that was made after his character. And it was one of the most, I think, cinematically beautiful games I played. Definitely in the top 10. Top 5. It wasn't The Last Days, but it was something like that. I don't know. It was a PlayStation game. Norman Reedus, yeah, that's his actual name, right? I think he played Daryl. I think it was Daryl in Walking Dead, though. Yeah, Norman Reedus, though. Yeah, anyway, so like they totally took him in that one, right? Like everything. I don't think it has anything to do with like his character per se, though. Isn't it kind of like a tactical sort of weird kind of pseudo-psychological thing going on or some shit? I don't know. They put a lot into that game, and I didn't hear anything of it. I never even saw a positive review on it. Didn't really see a negative review either. Didn't really see shit on it. I don't know. I mean, at least you're playing it though, so I mean, is it any good at all? Is it worth playing? Or are you just playing it just out of curiosity? Which that's totally cool too, right? That's actually extra cool. All right, I do not want a spirit weapon right now. I'll just do a basic weapon, and I do not want primarily spirit staffs right now. Honestly, I don't think electric staffs are going to do me much good either. Fuck, fire damage isn't going to do me. Well, I mean, cold might be all right. Damn it. Yeah, we're kind of getting short here now. Don't really need that. Electricity doesn't affect. Hey, what's up, Lee? What's going on, man? Electricity doesn't affect the rock wraiths, or the, what do they call them? Profanes, mini rock wraiths, the little rock wraith mini me's. Yeah, it doesn't affect them at all. Spirit doesn't affect shades. Okay, so like a cold staff is cool. I need to find something. Once again, man, I wish I had 2 cold staffs. I really do. I wish I had 2 cold staffs. Damn. Fuck. Yeah, the rock wraiths are immune to electricity and fire. They're kind of like Canary, but they're supposedly weak to frost and spirit. They're definitely weak to frost. I know that. Spirit, I don't know. Spirit's supposed to be even stronger if you're weak to it, but it's not. I don't know. That's just really fucking weird. I think it nerfs itself 50% instead of getting an extra 50% bonus. I think it's one of those like Dragon Age Origins things where it says it does this, but it literally does the opposite, like haste. Right? I think it's one of those things. And Detroit become... Oh, yeah, I would have no interest in either of those. Good analogy, though. And there was man, what was that one game? Heavy Rain or something? Like that when I looked at Detroit Become Human, I kind of gave it like a Heavy Rain type vibe sort of thing. Like just some like little niche shit which only would attract like 1% of your gamer base and they would really love it. But I mean, I don't know. I applaud anybody creating a game that you're passionate about for somebody who might agree with what you're passionate about. I'm a streamer that's passionate about certain things. And it's put me in a niche that's I'm less than 1%. So you pay the price for that. But I applaud the creative what would you say? Fortitude to just do that. So I mean, I respect it, but respect doesn't pay your bills. So yeah, you know, it's one of those things, I guess. Oh, if you like Heavy Rain, then you probably like that, right? I mean, that's cool. I know people that have like a really, really broad spectrum of games, and they've been here. And some have left here because I don't share the same view. But hey, man, look, man, let's say you like every type of food in the world. You personally, and I only like 3. out of, I don't know, fucking 100, right? I only like 3. And even in that, I only like certain parts of it. Like, you show me a Szechuan menu, that's probably my favorite Chinese food style, personally. But there's at least a third of the menu that I will not eat. But the shit that I like, I really, really like, and that's okay, right? So I don't mean to be picky, but if I'm going to play something on purpose, I'm not going to play something that I don't want to play. And I've seen a lot of successful people actually do that. Just talking about streamers or content creators or both or whatever, right? They'll play anything if it's popular to get a view, to make money. Okay. But man, how many times has it been like, I'm just not going to play that bullshit. I fucking hate it. And you're like, I love it. I'm sure I've offended more people than... I'm sure I've offended more people than Donald Trump with that point of view, but it's like, just being honest. If I'm going to do this on my own dime, then maybe that's like the complete wrong approach, but whatever. I'm going to play what I like, and I fuck everything else. Like, I'm wired this way. I don't really care about the rest of it. I mean, that's cool. I respect it. And I've taken a look at some of that stuff, and I've always been personally turned off by it. But I'll be like, I can see why somebody would like this. If you're patient enough to actually do this, but this, you know, I mean, what do you call it? Focus? I probably have too much. As a gamer, I probably have too much focus. Like, it's really easy to get bored with something that's not right down my alley. If it's not right down my alley, I probably won't like it. And if I do like it, if it's fringe, okay, we might get through it. But I'm not coming back to it. I'm not going to do that. I'll never finish a game like that. I just personally, yeah. I respect people who can play all kinds of shit. There's been a bunch of you guys, man. You like turn-based shit. You like PC shit. You got the gamepad down. You got the keyboard mouse down, and you can do all these things. And that's some gamer shit right there. You're like, I don't know, Special Forces and Air Force and fucking, I don't know, Navy and Submariner and all that all at once. Well, that's fantastic. I respect it. That's just not me, obviously. What's up, Smooth? All right, let's see. Okay, so Spirit is not going to do me any good here. Electricity will do some good, and then when we meet the Profane, we got to resort to something else. Yeah, honestly, at some point, it's not going to be about our staffs. It's going to be about what I can actually do. So, there you have it. Guess we just get rid of this. Got a few extra heals if we need them. That's good. Yeah, my favorite too. Yeah, absolutely. Like this is honestly, there's been so many times where once I beat the Rock Wraith, I'm like, that worked. The build's solid. I'm done. And I'll just try something else. Like, I could totally see myself tonight. I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but I could totally see myself tonight either after we beat the Rock Wraith, and we beat the Rock Wraith in like a minute and a half without anybody even losing like quarter of their health type thing. I'd be like, okay, that build's pretty solid. Let's go ahead and take the sword and board into Inquisition and just go have some fun there for a while. Which we've done before, and then I'll probably get bored of that too. Or just say, you know what? I really, really, really want to make my Dragon Age 2 mage work the way it's supposed to. I do have a sneaky suspicion that my mage that works in backwards compatibility twice as good as OG Dragon Age 2, that the blood mage that I play would actually work better in the OG Dragon Age 2 than any of the build videos that you see for mages for Dragon Age 2. I really kind of have a feeling both might be true. My mana mage, I just call it mana mage because you're not using blood magic. My mana mage in backwards compatibility is fucking stupid OP. There's a couple ambushes that are just really, they're just anti my build, and they just make it really, really, really bad. And a big part of that is the backwards compatibility thing and the double, triple, quadruple animation damage that enemies can do to you, making them appear, if they're not level 50, they appear to be level 50 when you're only like level 15, right? That type of thing. That happens. It's a frame rate issue. It's a known problem. Whatever. But I think in the OG, I've actually got a blood mage build that I feel like is extra, and I've never seen anybody else do it. But we did it on the backwards compatible, and it was sick. So after beating the Rock Wraith here, if I just say, you know, I want to try my blood mage on the OG Dragon Age 2. We're playing on the Xbox 360 here. So, yeah, right? Oh, shower time? Too much gaming? Built up a sweat? I can see doing that too. And I mean, just going hardcore blood mage. Meaning like, you know, glass cannon, magic, constitution stats. 3-to-1 was a little bit extreme. Not saying it wouldn't work. But when I play a mana mage, it's like literally it's like a 7-to-1 magic to health ratio. And then I don't even put shit into willpower unless I actually have to equip something, because every single mage piece of gear in the entire game has mana on it. You don't need to put any points into that shit unless you need to equip something. You know, like a 15, 16 willpower stat. I don't know, like a 12, 13 constitution stat. And then like a fucking 80 magic stat. That type of shit. It just destroy everything. So to justify the blood magic thing would mean that you'd have to capitalize seriously with your party on your blood magic tree. I mean, that's really what kind of does it. But then there's also the whole thing where without the blood magic thing, you can go into the force tree and you've got a skill that's a lot like hemorrhage, but it's friendly fire. But you can cast it twice as often and it does almost the same damage. Kind of crazy. It's in the force tree. I think it's what, Fist of the Maker? Pretty sure that's it. And it has a stagger combo on it that you can use pretty much whenever. So like really hadn't seen that play out. So there's like 2 other mage builds that I actually want to try here. Well, I got a 360 and a working controller, because eventually this is going to wear out and I can't replace it, because these things stopped being made about 10 years ago, right? And the third-party ones are pieces of shit. They cost you about, I don't know, 40, 50 bucks, and they last about 2 weeks, if you're lucky. They're that bad. And they're wired, too, which is, I mean, that's fine. Doesn't cost batteries, but, yeah, they wear out. One of your sticks is going to go bad. Triggers don't even work. Buttons don't work at all. R3, left 3 causes both of your sticks to drift. Your movement and your view sticks to actually drift. And shit like that, yeah. So yeah, the 360 is definitely phased out. 100%. You could show me where to get brand new Xbox 360 controllers, though? At a reasonable price? I'd be down. I'd totally be down with that. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, I could totally see doing something like that. Everybody likes Mages more anyway. Even though Mages... Well, I mean...
Whatever's through there, it seems still
according
intact.
to Twitter, according to your
find
fucking
it?
cell phone, and according to social media and actual national media, everybody likes woke more too. So of course you'd like Mages more in Dragon Age. It's woke. I mean, it's literally the definition of woke about 10 years before woke was even woke. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. It's a true story.
Chances are we won't find anything but even more darkspawn and rubble. Maybe bones?
Maybe bones?
I suppose we'll need to go down there to
Probably
find
not
out.
much loot, but maybe bones?
Let's finish this!
Seven fucking silver from that piece of shit? Dude, fuck you, man. Wow, what? Kind of... And nobody healed themselves. So everybody was stun locked to the point that they couldn't use a single heal potion. I got a knockout, and nobody used a health potion. So that means Bethany just went and ran into trouble, stayed there, got stun locked, made the AI not work, and then went and ran into more trouble and stood there and just got attacked until she was dead without attacking anybody, doing anything, doing any part of her job. Her AI was just controlled by Anders, which is fucking demonic possession, which is woke people never do the right thing. There you have it. Woke culture in a fucking game damn near 15 years old. Imagine that. Even the AI is woke. Before woke was even a thing. Damn, man. I don't know, should we get some more of these, or... Damn, I'm almost, I almost don't want to carry on. Let's see, I think I wanted a... What was it, 5-2? I think I wanted 5-2. It wasn't 2-1. I think I wanted 5-2. That's my stats here. Especially because you got a shield, so you've got, yeah. So I'm going to go like 45. Then 46 for 7, 48. Although we could throw some points into critical chance here. Like we could go like 44 crit chance, 46 crit chance, 48 crit chance. 50-19, 52-20. Like, I could totally do that, too. Crit chance is freaking crit chance. Results in staggers. I don't know that it plays as well with the sword and board because you get a much higher crit chance return on a two-hander. That's a lot higher. Really good question. What do I do here? Normally that would be like 40-20, so like 42-21. But I was gonna stress that just a little bit. I mean, unless we dedicate everything to it, we're not getting that 60 that we're not getting that 67 or 68 to 72% crit chance that pretty much guarantees crits all the time. We're not getting that here. I mean, that takes a lot of investment. I don't know, wasting attribute points on that. I don't know that it's waste. I just think we attack faster than a two-hander, and a two-hander has much higher critical chance. My two-hander right here, the critical chance would probably be like between 35 and 40, just naturally, so yeah, I just say we just dump here. Yeah. There's probably a piece of armor that's probably going to give us some attribute stat too. So, I mean, that's cool. I really want that. Still don't even have this. Okay, so this probably benefits us the most. Yeah. I mean, when you do hit a crit, though, I mean, if your crit chance is half, but you're swinging twice as often, I mean, there's something to be said for that. We definitely got the important ones, though, too. All right, well, you know what? This just deals with mobs. I don't know. Maybe that was a mistake. I'm not really sure. Hmm. Get some of that back. Oh, damn. Yeah, see, there's critical chance there, too. Man, I guess we're good here. I don't know. Oh, shit. See, this is another thing. If I'm playing two-hander, man, I am stacking crit chance on everything. I'm so tempted to do that here, too. Dude, that's sick. It's always this, too. Can't afford to give Varric any rings. Damn, dude. Getting... Let's get rid of this. I think maybe that's better. I guess. Fuck, I don't know, man. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to make a choice here, regardless. Definitely going to have to make a choice. Beautiful. 100%? Alright, cool. That's good. That's good. Nice. Works for me. Okay, the after this, the only time you really have Bethany is when everybody's weak to frost. At the end of Act 3. Like, that's literally when you get her back. So just set her up that way. I mean, that's pretty simple, right?
You see what I'm seeing?
Is that lyrium?
It's definitely magic. And not the good kind.
Doesn't look like any kind of lyrium I've ever seen. Look at this, Bartrand. An idol made out of pure lyrium, I think. Could be worth a fortune.
You could be right. Excellent find.
Dude, he's already got problems. There's something really wrong with Bartrand right there.
Not bad. We'll take a look around. See if there's anything further in.
But actually, dwarfs, Varric actually shows you this. When you deal with the apostate, the apostate blood mage prostitute, Varric is the first one to be completely
behind you.
So dwarves are resistant to magic, but they're like 200% weak to blood magic.
Over your own brother for a lousy idol?
So these were
Not
tools.
just the idol.
These were mechanics. These were slaves
And I'm not
to the
splitting that
Devinters.
3 ways.
Not sure where the dwarven race came from,
Brother.
but I know that the Devinters used them as slaves. And so you see the example of slaves toiling under the Devinters, and it's like, oh, those are humans or elves. I don't know. I think a lot of those Devinters were actually elves. But I will tell you this, it's the dwarves who built all of their shit in the north and in the south. And they were kept underground as like scurrying worms at their master's call. And dwarves are so susceptible to blood magic that if blood magic happens anywhere, a dwarf's mind is completely erased and they turn into a blood slave with no effort whatsoever. So the depictions when you get to Kirkwall of the slaves covering their ears and covering their eyes, you know, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, and all that bullshit, I think those are dwarfs. I really do. Because dwarves built all of this shit. If you go down to Corypheus's lair on your way to actually fight Corypheus in Legacy, you know what it is? It's an underground taig. What's a taig? Something built by dwarves. Kirkwall, built by dwarves. Ostagar, built by dwarves. Legacy, built by dwarves. Slaves. Even worse than the fucking elves that were forced into submission through blood magic, dwarves are immediately susceptible to blood magic. It's like somebody who's going to be woke, listening to woke, satanic, fucking illogical, the opposite of any good thing doctrine, and just saying, I hate Trump. And that's their immediate response, and they can't do anything else. They're incapable of doing it. It's the exact same thing. Just saying. Never heard Andraste say a whole lot about dwarves. Haven't heard a whole lot of dwarves say shit about Andraste either, so there you have it. Well, I say we just fucking OG this shit and, you know, YOLO and all that shit, right? I say we just YOLO this. As long as we don't have spirit staffs, because there's a lot of fucking shades here. This is all shades. And one golem. fucking boss golem in a lot of shades. Okay, I don't think golems are immune to electric in Dragon Age 2. I don't think they are. The Volteral, which is also a construct, a demon construct, that is immune to lightning. You would think it would be weak to it. Nope. Golems are weak to it, but then the rock race are immune to it. So, there you go, man. You got to keep up with this shit. Keep track of it, if you will. Anders killed itself? Of course it did.
If we could end this before I
You know what? I'm about to call this a fail, man. I'm literally about to call this a fail. All right, if that looks anything like that at all, I'm gonna call it a fail and say I fucked up somewhere, even though I didn't, which is crazy. I mean, maybe it's only works on backwards compatibility, and here it just takes a fucking shit on itself. I'd be willing to accept that. I developed this class on the backwards compatible because it was like a different approach. Maybe the two-hander is much better here. That's possible. But we'll see. We'll give it one more try, and then I'm willing to just throw this shit away and just say, well, failed experiment. Doesn't work here, works there, doesn't work here. Totally cool with that. 100% cool with that. See what happens. I mean, we shouldn't have a problem here, but apparently there is a problem here. So... Alright. Which makes me even more want to test my version of a Blood Mage build in this scenario specifically. These mechanics and the backwards compatibility mechanics are two completely different things. They're like completely different. So, I mean, it's cool. You get like two versions of the same game. Problem is the backwards compatibility version is glitched and hacked and fucked up so badly in certain places that it's unplayable. But all right, whatever.
Is that all you got? I'll deal with this.
Oh, Bethany went and killed herself and didn't do anything. Bethany went and killed herself and didn't do a single fucking thing. All right, well, I'm done. Okay, but it doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. I am 100% cool with that. Okay, so what works on the backwards compatible doesn't work here. But what didn't work on the backwards compatible should work here amazingly. That's my logic. So, all right, let's see. Devices, games, Dragon Age 2. Yeah, I just need saves. I just need all the saves. That's all I actually need. Oh, we're just gonna try something else. That's on something janky, something works well, and when it's not janky, then it doesn't work well, or something, I guess, or I don't know, man. I think I'm actually confusing myself with this bullshit, to be honest. The game's playing all right. I mean, the game's playing, I think, the way it's supposed to. It's just crazy is one thing that gives you an advantage, all of a sudden doesn't. So, because it's like literally two completely different versions of the same game, which is fucking crazy. I'm just getting rid of all these bullshit saves. All right, well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely, obviously not the way to go. Don't really understand that, but it is what it is. Okay. Cool. This is freaking amazing, by the way. It's Lord of the Rings, War in the North. If you have an OG 360, you can't play it any other way. I actually went and bought this for myself for my birthday, just to play this game and play Dragon Age 2 the way it's supposed to be played. But I'm carrying over corrupt shit from backwards compatibility that doesn't apply to the actual game, and I'm failing. But hey, I mean, it's okay to fail. At least you tried, right? That's life. If you're a failure without trying, well, yeah, you're a failure. But if you tried and failed, especially on your own dime when you paid for it, that's okay. At least you tried. No, you don't get a trophy for participation. That's woke satanic fucking destroy the entire world type psychology. But at least you tried, and you can say, hey man, I didn't quit. That's cool. That's cool. If you don't get your trophy, at least you know that you did your best. That's gangster as shit. So that's what everybody should stick with and stand on and say, yeah, that's me. At least I did that. It's not pride. It's just satisfaction for having done your best. You put everything on the field. You didn't get there because somebody else was better. That doesn't make you worse. It just means you tried and you did your best. You're your own champion. You don't need a trophy for participation for that. This is just like life shit. Not just a stupid fucking video game, but all right. Anyway. All right, so we got rid of all those, what do you call it, parasite saves that clog up your fucking save files that eventually start corrupting your saves. I get rid of that shit. I just realized, okay, well, this character sucks, and so guess what? Dead. Kill it. I mean, if it's not worth anything, it's not worth anything. Don't make it worth something when it's not. Like woke people, don't give them an opinion when their opinion is Satan's asshole taking a diarrhea on your family and getting your wives and daughters and fucking husbands and murdered and fucking raped. Yeah. Don't give that any credit. There's no credit due there. They don't deserve any respect. They're evil, and you know they're evil. Admit it and just be a man or a woman about yourself. Now, that's good advice. Dude, it's just a video game. I know. The principles are still the same, though. Right is right, and you have everything else. Truth is truth, and you have everything else. Right is right, left is wrong. Just like the scripture says. Go read Proverbs for yourself, and then shut up. Then shut the fuck up. There you go. All right, man. Well, I got choices here. Obviously not doing that anymore. Sucks that we weren't gonna one series the Rock Wraith anyway. Doesn't really matter. You know what sounds more fun? It's making one of these mage builds that I thought would work on the backwards compatible that I really actually think will work in the OG, man. On the 360, I think this is actually going to be like next level shit. You know what? Might as well, man. Just what's Nike's motto? Just do it. Okay, just fucking do it, I guess. Or we can take the sword and board into Inquisition, and we already know it works there, and it's the most fun you'll ever had, so that's cool, I guess. Whatever. No, man, I'd rather get something right that I've never gotten right before instead of doing something I've gotten right several times and even have videos to prove it. Yeah, I'd probably rather just do this. True story. All right. Well, now I gotta go change this bullshit. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't need cloud saves. I wonder if not having cloud saves is a problem too. Whatever. I guess. I don't know. Pretty much to make this correct, pretty much have to restart the stream entirely. But I don't feel like doing that right now, so yeah, I'm just not going to. I'm just gonna go do this. All right, give me a second. A second. Actually, this is actually kind of cool. I might actually be able to stream with this. All right, give me a second. Sorry, I'm doing something here. I'm gonna start a mage. I'm gonna start a mage. I really want to start a blood mage, but I had like a specific blood mage that I played it on backwards compatible, and it just. But that doesn't mean it's bad. Wow, that's so crazy. You know, YouTube is actually telling me I need a team, that I can't do this myself. Which is probably why I'm still here, and everybody else that actually has a team has a team. Interesting. This is actually, it's not going to go anywhere, I don't think, but hey, there you have it. All right, sorry, man. It also tells me I can earn twice as much of basically nothing. Basically nothing. I can earn twice as much if I put in mid-roll ads in my streams. And probably my videos too. Yeah, I'm opting out of that. Mid-roll ads are kind of annoying. Now, if y'all are willing to suffer that, let me know. It's like, I don't care about some mid-roll ads. I'll just let them play out and go fucking grab a beer or walk my dog and then come back and, you know, we're in the stream and we're just doing shit. If you're okay with that, cool. But I think it would be annoying. And so I've never opted into that. But they tell me that I actually can. So what I need to do here is switch up my title here and get a refill, actually. If I switch up my title, I don't know that it changes unless you're just coming into. So what do we do? Do we do pure blood mage or we do pure mana mage? You know what? It's actually not. It's not the primal. It's actually always been the spirit tree that actually defines blood mages. It's about the only way you beat them too. But the elemental shit, I'm gonna say pure blood mage because yeah. Well, let's just see if we can make it work on the original 360. Let's see if it's actually a thing. Because it's in theory, it's better than any mage build that I've ever seen. It's better than that. It literally capitalizes on everything you do. Well. Seriously. Right. Nightmare. I'm gonna say low pause. It's not no pause because you have to set your spells, man. You have to put your spells when you want them, so that requires a pause. Yeah. You got no pause, you got low pause. Warrior, rogue, no pause. Mage, low pause. Which means when you have certain abilities that you have to actually cast, you gotta put them where you want them. So... Right. Now, since we didn't stop the stream and restart the stream, I seriously doubt this updates. It's probably only gonna update tomorrow. To be honest, that's probably exactly what's gonna happen. But see, did anybody say anything? He was pretty gangster, wasn't he? He's pretty gangster. I'm gonna have to do that later. Anyway, sorry guys. Anyway, just had to go change some shit. All right, so yeah, let's actually do this. I'm gonna see if I can actually make this work. If this is like super OP and feasible in the game, then I'm satisfied. If not, whatever. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I mean, you said you were a Diamondsback fan. I'm like, I mean, that's your dude right there. Remember, man, along with him, you had one of the best short game batters in the game. Period. Like you didn't win with like 8 home runs a game. You won with like 70 base hits per game. Like, dude, it was just stupid. But what's his name? Ichiro? He was like that. He was like that caliber. It was several players on the team. It was just constant. They would just wear your pitchers out. And then their pitcher could come in and shut you the fuck down. That's how gangster they were. Yeah, true story. That's literally how gangster they were. All right. Anyway, yeah, good to go back and watch that. And you know, when you're having a bad season, you can go back and you can look at the glory years and you say, we were the shit at some point. We were the shit, right? trying to think when they won that series.
I've had gentler invitations.
Was it against the Yankees? Which is so amazing because their payroll was like half the Yankees, which is pretty much true for everybody. Your payroll is half of the Yankees. They overspend to get half as much.
The champion.
They rely on money, not talent, but
Which one?
whatever. And if you've got talent that they couldn't get themselves, that they couldn't scout for, they just buy it.
They tell me you're good at it.
That's how fucking pathetic they are. But it's a Democratic-run city.
What do you want to know?
What do you expect?
Start at the beginning.
Probably say the same thing for my Green Bay Packers, but damn. Facts are facts. Don't have to like them. Anyway. Is that the 20? Right.
Scouts. We will have to fight them sooner or later.
Then we make our stand here. Prepare yourself. On your guard! Another ball!
I'm ready and waiting. Let's see what you...
Nice.
We can't keep this up forever.
Get 10 seasons. Man, the Bills, man. Man, if I was a Bills fan, I'd just be heartbroken, man. Damn, they had Jim Kelly, lost 4 straight. The only other team to do that was the fucking purple people eaters from Satan, the Minnesota Vikings. And then you get like the best quarterbacks ever, and you just consistently fucking lose, man. The Bills fans got to be like Miami Dolphins fans. Although at least Miami Dolphins fans, well, they've got the perfect season that nobody's matched. Outside of that, I mean, how the fuck does Marino not have a ring? How the fuck does Josh Allen not have a ring? How the fuck does Jim Kelly not have a ring? How is that even possible? That's not even possible. There has to be Mafia Vegas rigging here going on because, come on, man, Joe Namath got a ring? Just saying. But when you look at it like that, you lose faith in sports because you realize it's all rigged. And you just want to be a fan because you're told to. And that just destroys everything. The entire house comes crumbling down because you realize it's all bullshit. Money is based on it, therefore it's rigged. That's it. And now they've included gambling into every single aspect of all sports. Well, how can it not all be rigged? There's billions of dollars involved. People would kill you over $100. A $20 fucking debt. A fucking crack rock. But nothing's rigged with billions of dollars at stake? Oh, of course not. It can't possibly be. The people that are rigging it, we have to trust them that they're not rigging it. And then guess what? If you accuse them of rigging it when they're obviously rigging it, you get penalized and censored, and they're fucking immune to all accusations of them being fucking corrupt when they're obviously corrupt. Like fucking Tim Waltz, retard. Facts? Facts. That just puts really bad light on all of it if you're allowed to think for yourself. Most people don't think for themselves. Sucks. You can be a fan of a team, but realize your team's not going to win until they say so. And when they tell you your team's going to win, that's when they lose. So they can just make more money. And if it's not that, I'm a fucking liar. And I'm not lying. So there you go, man.
Perhaps we'll be lucky, and they'll run out of Darkspawn.
Yeah, the poor
Here they
Bengals,
come.
the poor Bengals,
Shall I give
the
them a
poor
taste of my
Bills,
blade?
the poor Browns. We can just go on and on. Fuck the Vikings and their fans. The only thing worse than them is Dallas Cowboys and their fans. But
All
anyway.
yours, brother. To arms!
Nice. It's nice.
Think that's the last of them.
Beautiful. Nice. Dude, literally fucking rip him into bloody pieces. That's some gangster ass shit. Why did Dragon Age Origins not have this? This is what we needed in Dragon Age Origins. Ripping these motherfuckers into bloody, juicy chunks. Everywhere.
Bullshit. That's not what really happened.
Does that not match the story you've heard, Seeker?
I'm not interested.
No, they
in
just extended the
stories.
coach's
I
contract.
came to hear the truth.
I'm almost willing to
makes
bet they're
you
going to
think
extend
I
the
know?
kicker's contract too.
Don't lie to me.
You know what? I mean, they
even
haven't done
before
that
she
yet.
became the champion.
But seriously,
Even if I did,
they're
I
going
don't
to
know
do
where
everything
she
they
is
can
now.
to sabotage themselves,
Do you
or
have
at least
any
justify
idea
the
of
fact that
what's
you're not
taking
going to look at the
Let
mafia,
me guess. Your
NFL,
precious chantries fall into pieces.
American
and put the entire
fucking
world
woke
on
Tim
the
Walz
brink of
government,
war.
Kamala,
And you need the
Obama,
one person
Clinton,
who could help you
as
put
to
it back
actually
together.
getting some
champion
money
was
from
at the heart
this.
of it when it all
Because
began.
they feel that that's going to somehow
you
save
can't
them when
point me
Jesus
to her,
destroys
Tell
them.
me everything you know.
You aren't worried
Anyway,
I'll just
yeah,
make
man.
it up as I go.
Not at all.
You'll need to hear the whole story.
Sorry, hey, Diener. Okay, so we got to have haste. And we don't have Bethany, so we got to have haste, obviously. Got to use Anders. Got to have haste. If I apply haste to myself and just roll with something else, then I'm playing healer. But there's just not enough points around for that. Now, you can get that towards the end of the game. You can get haste for yourself when you have to give Anders what he wants, the way he wants it in his backside, right? And get rid of that piece of shit for being a terrorist, jihadist, liberal, woke motherfucker. Outside of Anders, I mean, Aveline's like always the go-to because she's just like extra tanky. And then you go Varric. I mean, that's pretty simple. Just Varric and Aveline. I mean, you can if you're just like super stagger crazy, you can totally throw Fenris in there instead of Aveline. But man, he's just really not going to handle the pressure, because you're going to have to get him to taunt, and damn, like it's just nasty after that, because he's going to like 5 shades surrounding Fenris. He's dead. He's dead in like 2 or 3 ticks. He's dead. And there's really nothing you can do about it. Let's not talk about abominations and rage demons and revenants, you know, with their swords and shit. Yeah, Fenris is fucking destroyed. He can handle the magic. He just can't. I mean, you can set him up to handle some of that shit to make him feasible, so you can take him along on at least certain companion quests, right? But using him as your off tank, you're so squishy at that point, because you're talking about you, Anders, Fenris, and Varric. Sorry, man. That's like 4 weak links in a party. So yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest, it's just Aveline's your go-to. Just Aveline. That's your tank. Varric is your rogue. And then whoever. I mean, honestly, there's a scenario in which you actually just replace haste with Fenris on his, like, say, a personal companion quest type thing, and just let him do his shit. There's a world in which you do that. I don't know. I mean, basically, you're kind of like, just like Origins. Whether you play a 2-hander, you play a rogue, or you play a mage, you've got your basics. You've got Leliana, you've got Wynn, and you've got Alistair. It's the exact same thing here. You've got Anders, you've got Aveline, and you've got Varric. And if you have to replace somebody with something, you probably just replace Anders with them and just hope for the best, I guess, type of thing. Don't know. Yeah, anyway. No, right. No, I agree. But in like actual gameplay, Isabella is destroyed by any kind of magic. If a dragon breathes fire anywhere in Thedas, Isabella dies. Every single time. If somebody swings a sword anywhere in Thedas, like I'm talking in fucking anywhere. Orlais, Ferelden, yeah. If somebody swings a sword somewhere, Fenris gets hurt. Now you can make him tanky, at least for a little bit. There's a really good ability in the warrior tree, which I think is overlooked, and it actually makes Fenris actually worth a shit. And he's really good at staggers. So like there's something to be said for that. But yeah, overall, man, like your basics are your basics. Everybody else is kind of like playing a MC, a main character, an MC class. Like Fenris is kind of playing an MC class. Isabella is playing an MC class. You can't get her to pull off combos and do certain things in certain situations. The tactics are even better than they were in Origins here in Dragon Age 2. I get that. But you're not going to get them to do what they need to do exactly when they need to do it. Sometimes, a little bit. I mean, you can roll with Isabella. It's doable. You know when I roll with Isabella? I'm playing a rogue too. It's me and Isabella, both with daggers. And then you've got the mage as pure support, and you've got Aveline as pure tank. And then you got then kind of an off tank, and then you've got yourself. But then when you run into like a dragon or an Orsino or a Meredith, yeah, all that shit or Gauntlet, the Gauntlet, right? And a couple Zebenkek. Yeah, when you run into that shit, your entire plan falls apart. Your one weak link, that's all they need to just fucking destroy you. So that's what we're gonna hope to kind of bypass here. I hope to actually have success in those particular spots with this class, which failed in the backwards compatibility version of this, but I think is actually going to be even better here. Because the other OP mage builds that you see, it's all force and some blood magic with a lot of elemental. Well, elemental's going to be your key. That's your go-to, right? But now, and I agree. Elemental has its particular uses against certain kinds of enemies. But your blood magic tree and your spirit tree really, really sync together. And if you can just bypass most of your primal tree, you can actually put those points into your healing tree and actually have haste for yourself and your party at the end of the game. Once you stab Anders in his butthole, I mean, once you stab Anders in the back where he likes, I mean, once you execute Anders like he deserves because he's a fucking woke liberal fucking jihadist supporting terrorist, yeah, then you can actually do that shit for yourself and still have the points to do it. I actually made a build for that. Didn't play real well in the backwards compatible. But I think here, I think it's solid. I really actually think it's solid. All right, so we don't. Yeah, we'll just do the basic Blood Mage Hawk default. I'm not gonna spend I'm not gonna spend all day on this shit. I mean, I really love character creation. I really do. I could spend an hour on this shit and just be happy as a clam, you know, smiling from, you know, hairline to hairline. But here we go. Oh. All right, so I've been using my friend's name here lately just because she's my friend. And, you know, she's a gamer too. So I'm like, okay, I'm creating all these female characters that look a little bit like you, sort of. And so, yeah. So my character's gonna kick ass, and they're just named after you just because, like, something. She thought it was funny, cool, whatever. But if you're gonna make a blood mage, if you're gonna make a blood mage in Dragon Age 2, you have to call her Bethany, because Bethany died, or is going to, right? So you're replacing Bethany, and if you're playing a blood mage, you should call yourself Deathany, avenging your sister and executing. See, murder is evil. Execution is righteous and good. God executes. Satan murders. Just understand that in your real world, and you'll see where things actually go from there. Anyway, so yeah, executing woke-ass leaders called blood mages, that's justice. That's righteousness. That's good. Well, what better way to do that than to be a goddamn blood mage yourself? You understand exactly where they're coming from, so you're not just fighting fire with fire, you're destroying fire before they can cast fire. Because you understand where their fire is coming from. Awesome. Alright, let's go. Death Siphon? No.
The blight have been
No,
unleashed on
you
forever.
never use Death Siphon. It actually,
poured out of the wild,
it steals your quest items.
crashing against the army at the ruins of Ostagar. The battle was a disaster. King Caelan
That was never
died on the
fixed.
field with
It
his
was
men,
never fixed.
betrayed by his most trusted general.
Let's put it this way. You go into some place on the docks, and somebody drops a key so that you can get back out, and you have Death Siphon, it'll just suck up the key, and the key disappears, and you can't ever get out. I mean, you might be able to reload and reload and reload and reload and maybe get it right, but Death Siphon doesn't work. It sucks because it's amazing for a Blood Mage. Oh, good for you, man. Hey, man, that's cool, man.
That's all of them.
I've never heard that take on a character
May God
creation.
save us. We've lost it all.
That's respect, bro.
Everything your father and I built.
That's literally respect. That's respect. Remember, respect is respectable. The world is pretty short on that these days. That's just cool as shit, man. Yeah, that's just yeah. Damn, man. That's respect. That's gratitude. That's gratitude. Somebody comes in and fills the shoes and steps like a stepper, and you respect that. God bless you, man. And God bless your mom for finding somebody that's actually worth a shit. It's harder to do these days than before. Right? That's some shit right there, man. Woo, man, you almost brought tears to my eyes with that one, man. Damn, dude. That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Then that's what being a human being is about. Recognizing good and respecting good and doing good in your own little way. That's good on you, man. Oh shit. Yeah. Damn, man. That's Good on you, man. Yeah.
At least we're alive. That's no small feat.
Yes. You're right. We should have run sooner. Why did we wait so long?
Why are you looking at me? I've been
That's
running since
some
Ostergate.
impactful shit. I want to say what he would say. Dude, that's respect right there. That's your dad. It's not your stepdad, that's your dad. The one who gave you the tools to actually live and not be a piece of shit. That's your dad. Your biological father, who gives a fuck? If somebody considers blood thinner than water, yeah. And somebody else says that blood doesn't matter because my blood runs thicker than water for you. And that's where I stand. Where are you at? And being able to respect that, yeah, step and adoptive and foster and this and that and blah, blah, blah and whatever. Love overwrites all that shit. And love comes with discipline. I wish the world understood that. Love comes with discipline. Obviously, you're blessed. You're very, very, very fortunate. And your mom is too. Obviously. Obviously. Very, very fortunate. Definitely blessed. And that's a beautiful thing. I can't put enough words on that. But you don't need me to put words on that. You're actually living it, so there you have it.
Not to interrupt, but the Blight's not going to wait while we stand here pointing fingers.
Please, listen to your sister.
Then let's go. Lead on.
Unless you're being ironic and that's like a really bad thing. And you just get your character to die a lot because it's the opposite of everything I just said. Well, I guess that's a thing. But it sounded like really, really cool when you said it, so I'll just say that. I'm gonna go refill. I'm back. You let me know where you're at, I guess. I don't know. Sorry for assuming one way or the other. man. All right, guys. Have all the codexes filtered through? Yeah. I was about to say, you see this little XP bar under my character's name? Is that from literally the enemies that we actually beat in the tutorial? Meaning that if you wait and let that shit play out, you actually get more, like, I mean, I've never been level 1 or leveled up coming into the tutorial like this, but if you kill more darkspawn, or it's just that's a set amount coming out of the, like, the demo part of the tutorial, right? I'm pretty sure that's what that is, but I mean, if you kill everything real fast and you don't kill everything, it's probably the same. That would be my guess, but all right. So what we want is we want ranged. Some Bari. That'll work. Ranged or magic, I guess. Nice. That's fine. Like, literally, that's fine, I guess. I mean, okay. Let's go default. Enemy any. Pump strike. Alright, so if you change the tactic, cool. If you change, like, a style, it doesn't save, which is actually kind of disturbing. I think it should save that too, to be honest. Okay, well, it's good. Let's see, so this is just whatever. Yeah, actual garbage. And then you got Puppy Bro. All right.
Well, at least it's not boring. Go down! I love it when a plan works out.
Oh, beautiful. Come on. One more silver? I was about to say, If you gave me like 3 silvers in this first ambush, I'd be like, this is the most blessed playthrough that I'm ever starting in Dragon Age 2 ever. Still, we got 2 point something. I finished this entire area with like nothing. So yeah, that's actually pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take the cold, and then yeah, just be all right with it. All right, so we just go everything magic until we can't anymore. I'm taking chain lightning. That's my one AoE that does. Let's see, what's the damage on it? It says 25. It says 22, and it's available more often. And Darkspawn are actually weak to this. But I like hitting more enemies. Let's see, what's the cooldown? 10 seconds? Double the cooldown, but you can hit 2 or 3, 4 times more people. So 3 times. It arcs twice. So you can hit up to 3 enemies with this. See, costs 30 mana. Let's just do the math. Costs 20 mana. You can use it twice as often, but it costs 1.5 times as much. And it's only single target. So I still say, man, this is definitely the way to go. 100% the way to go. Just doing the math. Okay, you can use it half as often, but it can do 3 times as much. Well, 3 to 2 is better than 1 to 1. So, yeah. Works for me. Right? I mean, that sounds fair.
Wait. Where are we going?
Away from the dark.
Yeah, so here the idea is whether you're using for Fenris or Aveline, you make them basically immune to magic. And Aveline can be immune to basically everything. Knockback, knockdown, and knockback, knockdown, and stun. She can be immune to that just on her skill tree by itself. 100% immunity to knockback, knockdown, and stun. Meaning that fucking dragons doing that stupid friggin' noise they make. Like fingers on a like a woke person screaming when they're getting pepper sprayed by ice, which is the most enjoyable thing I've ever seen in my entire life. The only thing more enjoyable than that will be seeing Satan destroyed by what you would probably call hellfire, or just being completely obliterated. When he seduces the entire world and convinces them that he is their woke Jesus, and then he just gets castrated. Literally, like, castrated. It's going to be terrible. But all those who worshipped him are going to be, or they're going to feel the same pain at that time. Not looking forward to that. But rather those people are saved and just not be woke. Just not be Satanists. Just not hate every good thing and love every bad thing. Because they don't even know what they're doing. They're the only ones that get to actually plead insanity, where it's probably actually a thing. Just saying, man. That sucks. That sucks. Anyway, sorry, man. I drifted there for a second, but that's going to happen. Not happening right now. No, actually, it is happening right now. Actually, that's not true. It's actually happening right now as we speak.
I know that, but we still have family there, and an estate.
Oh,
Then we need to get to Guarin and take ship.
there you have it.
If we survive that long, I'll just be happy to get out of here.
Can't we talk about this? No?
Nice.
There!
Okay, Aveline is actually showing you something. This is theory crafting for your build. Aveline is showing you strength is her ultimate thing. She's got passives that gives her all the defense she would ever want.
They will not
Strength
have
is her
you.
shit. How does she draw
Not
threat?
while I breathe.
Offense. Offense is just as important as taunt and whatever.
What a mess.
We made it.
Beautiful.
Stop squirming, Wesley. You'll make it worse.
Apostate, keep your distance.
Well, the Maker has a sense of humor. Huh. Darkspawn and now a Templar. I thought they all abandoned Lothering.
The Spawn are clear in their intent, but a mage is always unknown. The Order dictates.
Wesley.
The Order dictates.
Dear, they saved us. The Maker understands.
Sorry.
Of course.
I am Aveline Valenne. This is my husband, Sir Wesley. We can hate each other when we're safe from the Horde.
The wrath of the Templars is terrible indeed.
More so their wives. But as long as there is a greater danger, you and I have an accord.
Thank you, Wesley. For now, we move with you. North is cut off. We barely escaped the main body of the Horde.
Then we're trapped. The wilds are to the south, that's no way out.
If the options are south or die, I'll take my chances with south.
Nice. Now we're coming out. We're coming out of this with like 4 silver. It's like 4 silver. What is that, like 40 cents? Technically, yeah. But the fact that we're actually getting loot drops, I don't know. Maybe the game just respects starting a mage when that's the most disrespectful or unrespectable class that you can actually start. Go figure. Anyway. Here we go. This is how you make Fenris a gangster. Stonewall. Cooldown is 10 seconds. The skill lasts 5 seconds, and as long as Fenris can actually do this, remember, the duration eats into the cooldown. So basically every 5 seconds, Fenris can just do this. Theoretically. Will the AI do it? Sometimes yeah, sometimes not, whatever. Anyway, so it's a duration of 5 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. He can use this basically every 5 seconds. And it makes him immune to damage. Damage resistance, 50 plus 50 is 100. Knockback, 100. Knockdown, 100. So you probably don't need to take this. But there's no immunity to stun. Now, if you can give him an item that makes him immune to stun, like a ring or an amulet or some shit like that, okay, now you're talking about some next level tanking. He's not a tank. He's an off tank. He's like, this is how I would describe this. This is my favorite class to play in Final Fantasy XIV. And it's been at least 8 or 10 years since I played it. But it's still around, right? My favorite class was the two-hander Reaver. It's not called a Reaver, but it's the most gangster-ass, legit fucking NWA Reaver ever created in any game. Because you were out there and you were sucking the life from enemies to keep yourself alive while you expended your life by attacking enemies. And you weren't heavily armored and you had no goddamn shield. But guess what you could do? If you had a good rhythm with your actual healer, with your white mage in the party, that motherfucker knew when to heal you. You would heal yourself here, and they would heal you here. And you could almost die all the time while you're fucking killing things and tanking your fucking ass off. I remember solo, when I say solo tanking, I mean, I remember being the tank. There was no sword and board in there. No. I was the two-handed warrior in there fucking soaking up damage and healing myself. And then when I couldn't heal myself because my shit was on cooldown, the healer healed me. And then when I went down, I healed myself. And when I healed myself, I did damage to the enemy by healing myself. I was fucking killing shit. It's I'm not gonna lie, man. This is like, okay, after doing that for a while, I had to call the doctor and say, hey man, it's been like 2 hours. And the doctor told me, hey man, if it goes on for more than 4 hours, call me back. No, it was that type of shit. You don't experience that in gaming very often. The only other time I experienced anything close to that, aside from Dragon Age 2 sometimes, was ESO, playing a rogue and just having some of the most fun I've ever had in a video game in my entire life. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, man. But yeah, Final Fantasy XIV, like it was that level shit. Anyway. But all right, so we'll just do this. Self being attacked. I will just say melee or ranged. Its ability Stonewall. All right, cool. Enemy health greater than 25%. Yeah, I think that's fair. Usability, Spirit Bolt. That's pretty much anybody. Because if your health is greater than 25%, odds are Spirit Bolt isn't going to kill you anyway, but it's going to do some extra damage to pretty much anybody. And right now, we're just trying to kill everything. So, yeah, like, that's totally cool. All right, then you got, these are the most important tactics. First of all, take her off of tank. Oh my god, she's a tank. I got to put her on tank. That's the stupidest thing you can do in Dragon Age 2. That's the stupidest thing you can do in Origins as well. Don't do that. If you do that, you're going to fail. More often than you... Well, you're just going to fucking fail. So just don't do that. Okay? Put them on default. Why is my tank on default? So that they do normal things while they're tanking. Meaning they actually attack somebody and actually defend you and use all their shit. And they're not hugging your hip bone, drawing enemies to you, maybe, or else not threatening anything at all, while your other mages and rogues just get destroyed by all the enemies that your tank isn't tanking. Because they can't do anything because they're literally set to fucking tank. If you do this, you will fail. Don't do that. This is Richard. Don't be a dick. Don't do that. Anyway. So, default, same thing, Dragon Age Origins, Alistair. Alistair, Aveline, they start with the same letter. It's not that hard to forget. Put them on the exact same settings. And then, Self, do the defensive shit. Do the defensive shit. And then, we're going to go ahead and save this for elemental ages, which is the other defensive shit, right? And then what we're going to do here is, well, enemy, target at range, target at short range. Why would you do that? Well, guess what? Taunt is a short range ability. It has an AoE like this. If the enemy isn't in range of taunt, they're not going to get taunted, which means you're actually wasting this. Enemy using ranged. Enemy using a particular attack type. Enemy attacking somebody, whatever. That's never going to come into effect unless they happen to be in a bubble this size. Here's your character. Here's Aveline. And here's the bubble. If they're not in taunt, they're not taunted. In other words, this is like being out of earshot. Aveline talking about everybody's fucking mama and how they need to be voting for Trump, which would offend most people these days. At least that's what your phone says. And that's what your internet says. Anyway, so, right. And so Aveline says that. And guess what? Anybody that's outside of this circle, like here, anywhere on the map, they don't hear it. So it doesn't count for anything. It costs stamina and is completely fucking wasted. If an enemy isn't at short range, she has no business doing that at all. But if she's attacking somebody like a dragon or Sino, an elite fucking blood mage, a goddamn Templar assassin or whatever, and she casts that, guess where the aggro is? It's on her. And guess what? That enemy is affected because it's within range. It's a short range ability. Now it becomes a short to medium range ability if you upgrade this, which is going to be later. But right now, this is the only setting that actually works in Origins and Dragon Age 2. Your tank will do nothing outside of this. And remember, give your tank some fucking damage so your tank can actually hold threat outside of this, because this shit is on a cooldown. There's your fucking Dragon Age 101. That's how you get a tank to work. Now in Inquisition, you got challenge and you have Warcry, which is taunt. And you can actually make up for the lack of fucking tactics in the game by actually orchestrating that shit, but that's something else you deal with when you get there. And if we actually play this character into Inquisition and actually play a mage there and actually use Cassandra like we would use Aveline or like we would use Alistair, then you'll see it actually works the same. It still works, even without tactics. So that's how pure it is. Anyway, self-health. I'll let her use health potions. All right, and then this will be shield bash, and then eventually this will be elemental ages. Hey, what's up, T? What's going on, bro? How are you doing, man? You know what happened a little while ago? DoorDash sent me a thing, and it said you can get a discount and get your Taco Bell half price. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I have like $10 to my name, but I could spend like $9 of my $10 for fucking Taco Bell. And then it said, oh no, it's not a Taco Bell in your area. Bitch, there's like 3 Taco Bells in my area. How in the fuck are you going to tease me with some shit like that so that you can get me to spend more on a Taco Bell that actually is in my area? So what is this applied to? Minnesota? Where only people that are on fucking taxpayer support, that aren't even legal citizens of America, they're the only ones that can actually utilize this with their fucking $5,000 a month of fucking EBT, which they can also spend on fucking rent and electricity. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you understand how satanic that was? To fucking tease me with Taco Bell that I didn't know I wanted until you told me that, and then, oh, it doesn't count for you. It's only for Somalian pirate, Muslim, fucking Christian murderers in Minnesota. Everybody else, you don't get that. I should have a problem with that, right? I should be offended by that. I should say, as an American taxpayer, I have to pay my taxes here coming up with money I don't have. And these motherfuckers have $3,000 a month plus free rent and free electricity. Dude, their food allotment is more than I make in like 2 months when I'm working. Anyway, I have a problem with that, man. Anyway, that literally just happened. Yeah, that's like seriously fucked. That's seriously fucked. And you know what? Now all of a sudden I want some fucking Taco Bell. So I'm going to spend money that I actually worked for while motherfuckers get that shit free times 1,000. And they're taking my money that I worked for to do it. That's what Satan looks like. That's woke. That's liberal. And if you can't see that, you know what? If you don't vote in the next liberal, they're going to get voted in anyway, because all those votes came from illegals and dead people that don't exist. That's what's going on. So just be aware of that. You understand? There's can we just acknowledge there's no arrests being made? No real arrests being made? The Epstein files are being hidden and then hidden again by the Democrats, by the liberals, by the fucking Satanists, by the fucking God gave a rainbow as a promise, so Satan takes the rainbow and uses it as a pride flag for Sodom and Gomorrah to fucking chop your little boys' dicks off and sew penises onto your little girls. That's what's actually going on. And we can't get the Epstein files because the midterms are coming up. You won't vote for a single fucking Democrat. And Trump's making it impossible to vote for a Democrat when you don't vote for a Democrat. And if you do vote for a Democrat, you are sucking Satan's dick and your mom should have aborted you. These days. It's impossible to be a Democrat and still be a decent person. Literally that line has been drawn in the sand half a decade ago. True story, right? I mean, do you understand? There's like spiritual war happening here, and we're actually seeing it in the real world, in the natural world. Supernatural shit going on, and you're actually seeing it in the natural world. And the people and pieces in play, man, you got to go read the Bible to find out about this shit. You know, it actually speaks in I have to go look it up. It's a word only used a couple times in the Bible. It's aisles. When you think aisles, anybody who thinks about anything these days, which is what this specific scripture is talking about these days, aisles. The only aisles that come to mind. I mean, there's a couple things off Canada and a couple things off of even like the Middle East, if you will. You talk about aisles, but the aisles that are conquered by the locusts, and the word locust means Arab. Like literally the Hebrew word for locust is Arab. It's Arbe, but it's where Arab actually comes from. And the only isles I see being conquered by the locusts is the British Isles. When you say British Isles, you're talking about the only isles. I don't hear Isles anywhere else except the Brits. And that includes like Scotland and Greenland and so on and so forth. Why do you think there's such a big uproar about Trump trying to defend all of Europe? Remember, all of Europe would be speaking German if it weren't for the Americans, but the Europeans were sending 5 soldiers to Greenland to defend themselves against the United States, which has the top 3 biggest air force. They can just bomb your fucking ass back into the shithole that you came from because you're supporting Islamic, satanic, Somalian pirate culture. You're allowing them into your country, and you don't like that we're actually doing something about it. That's actually going on right now as we speak. But there's a deal with Greenland, so we can just go defend ourselves against the people who actually are making all this happen, which is the Russian and the fucking Chinese. It's just that simple. Go look it up. Call me a liar if you find something. But you won't, so if you try to, go fuck yourself because you're trying to argue with the truth and you're a bad person anyway. So there you go, man. But yeah, I mean, that's an actual thing right now. That's literally a thing. So crazy. And it's literally it's prophecy coming to pass in front of your face. The Isles, taking the Isles. Fucking the UK is basically Islamic now. That's not coincidence. They're literally paying to support everything they claim to stand against. It's pretty embarrassing to think that the Americans actually came from Europe. And so our Israeli brothers are sucking Satan's dick and taking it in the ass on purpose and paying Satan to give it to them in the ass. And if you say anything about that, well, they fucking throw you in jail because even though it wasn't just, I don't know, so many years ago that taking it in the ass was actually a crime. And it should be a crime because it's what brings God's judgment on you, because Sodom and Gomorrah. He destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah for a reason. If you take it in the ass on purpose. Now, if you're a man and woman and you want to do some shit in your bedroom, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you try to dictate government policy and morals and ethics and dictate what churches do and don't say based on you have to take it in the ass because you're just that much of a deviant. You're just that fucking against biological, natural, moral, ethical law that you're trying to take control of the world, then it's on you. But, well, UK completely fucking just bent over and paid Satan to come and say, well, I'm not homosexual, but I support them, so fuck me in the ass too. And my daughters and my sons. Even when they're like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. And then go ahead and marry them off to these motherfuckers too, under their law, which is the opposite of Christian law. It's called Islam. Remember, the locust in the Bible is from the word Arbe, or Arabi, Arab, with a crown, a fucking turban. They all wear crowns because they think they're all kings, while they fucking murder you and pedophile your fucking sons and daughters. Prove me wrong. Tell me that's not going on. Everywhere they are results in the crime rate raising, the crime rate that's intolerable, that the Bible demands death for, the crime rate like that, rape, child molestation, murder, terrorism, treason, God demands death for that. And if you don't execute them, then you become them. And that's on you. Remember, he told Israel to kill the Philistines. So the Philistines, called Palestinians these days, have been tormenting Israel ever since. You can't argue with those facts. Anyway, life lesson. for anybody actually willing to at least listen, I guess. Anyway, so all right, so there's Aveline. All good. Biblical life lessons, biblical history lessons from today, written like a newspaper thousands of years ago. Reading like today and tomorrow's newspaper right now, and you can actually see it. And if you choose not to see it, it's because you're being intentionally ignorant. You know what the definition of intentionally ignorant is? It's called stupid. And you know what the definition of ignoring history and repeating it is? It's called insanity. Or confusion. You know what the root meaning of Babylon is? Confusion. You want to be part of that? Well, that's your choice, I guess. More power to you. I'm not afraid. I'm a Christian. But sucks to be you. True story. Anyway, just had to share that, man. That's like current events. If you don't sound the trumpet when the enemy is at the gates, killing you as we speak, then you fell asleep at your post. Do you understand the military sentence, the military judgment for falling asleep at your post? Honestly, it can just be execution. You should be hanged for falling asleep at your post. You had one job to defend a whole lot of people, and you failed at it. If you don't sound the trumpet, you should be executed. Well, a man pretending to be a woman, but getting into the American military to corrupt the entire military so our defense goes satanic and so Satan can shove a fucking cactus penis in our entire country. Okay, well, they would argue with that. But their arguing doesn't mean anything because actual Christian military law means anybody falling asleep at their post needs to be executed, at least court-martialed, at the very least. That's a fact. If you don't sound your trumpet and you claim to be a Christian and you're not acknowledging this shit because you're not knowledgeable enough, that means you're ignorant. And if you're intentionally ignorant because you refuse to learn, then you're stupid. And if you're stupid, be executed at your post because you're not sounding the trumpet when the enemies are at the walls actually taking you over as we speak. True story? True story. That was a rhetorical question. I know it's a true story. If you don't agree, it's because you're a fucking idiot. Go fuck yourself. There you go. That's Christianity for you. Oh, that's nice.
Let's finish this.
Beautiful.
Look out, they got back up.
Get back.
Beautiful. Fantastic. Well, you know what's beautiful? At least you understand bullshit is bullshit. You're actually a step up from, well, at least a third of the population these days. And when I say a third, that's a deep dive. If you understand what I mean by a third, you're about 2/3 ahead of pretty much everybody else. Maybe you actually got a shot. You'd like to have a shot, right? You'd like to have a shot to be not 100% pharmaceutical grade evil, to completely give in. Remember, Satan is death, and Satan comes as Jesus, and if you're going to follow him, because he's going to be your scientist Jesus, he's going to be your Buddhist Jesus, he's going to be your Muhammad, he's going to be your Jesus, he's going to be your whatever. He's going to call himself above everything, and he's going to work miracles, signs, and wonders that you'll actually believe him. In fact, God says, had he not shortened the time from 7 years down to 5 months, that's how much he had to shorten the time. He said even the elect would be deceived. The motherfuckers who knew this was coming, they would be deceived. That's how convincing he is. What shot do you have? Where do you actually stand on that? Do you not care? You just want your bills paid and you'll just follow Satan into the abyss, and, you know, you can just be gay, and you can just be a pervert, and you can just be a Satanist, and you can just fucking hate everything God, and you can just love everything evil as long as it pays your way. Oh, he'll pay your way, but you're going to lose everything for the short game. For the short game. Yeah, you're going to lose everything for that. Are you cool with that? Just asking. Say, yeah, bullshit. I gotta say something. My mom, during the whole COVID scam, which is somehow even, well, it's about the same as the green scam, the global warming scam, as far as taking your money, but the COVID scam cost lives, and it wasn't COVID itself, it was a fucking cold virus. It was an engineered Chinese communist cold virus. That's a fact. Even MSNBC actually acknowledged that until they were told to shut up because, well, somebody just had enough common sense to just say common sense, but There you go. That actually happened when it first started. My mom lost her best friend in life. Like going back, oh God, like 30 something plus years, right? To the shot. The shot killed her. And COVID happened, and I hate to say it, but my friend Nikki, remember from just recently. I mean, no, I've talked about Vicky so many times because she was like my internet friend that became a real life friend, and she's one of the best friends I've ever had. She was literally down with whatever. She was like your ride or die, and she was physically and I would say spiritually / emotionally one of the coolest people I've ever met in my life. Around COVID, she disappeared. I'm gonna guess she took the shot, but she had actual physical problems. So you want to take somebody that's almost family, and then you want to take somebody else who I consider family with your satanic shit. And remember, all these woke fucking liberal pieces of fucking shit villainized you if you didn't take Satan's fucking shot. These people weren't just organized. These people weren't just paid to do what they did. These people were fucking possessed by Satan's fucking self to make Fauci their fucking god, who needs to be executed, not imprisoned, not tried. Well, I mean, tried. You got to try him, but if you didn't try him, execute him anyway. But if you do try him, execute him regardless, for being responsible for so much death. But that motherfucker didn't do it by himself. Remember, all the communists and all the Russian communists, Chinese communist bullshit that undermines your society. Do you understand how effective it is? Your medicine, your churches, your politics, and your schools. Now, I'm going to tell you what the 4 horsemen are in the apocalypse. The apocalypse isn't the fucking nukes on everything and zombies and shit. No. The apocalypse is the revealing. The revealing, the exposing of all this shit. It's religion, economy, education, and politics. Satan's version of everything. Satan's version of government is politicians who don't ever govern anything, do they? Do they ever do a single fucking thing? And if they try to, they are fought against so hard by Satan's system that they almost can't get anything done. Trump. Your education, your little fucking boys convinced to become girls without letting their parents know. Counselors sending their little children to conversion therapy to turn little boys into girls without the parents' knowledge. There you go. That's a really good example. And also, gay Sodom and Gomorrah male butt sex porn in kindergarten school books. Even disguised as Santa Claus. That's a real thing. Go look it up. Your churches all flying rainbow flags, and if they preach anything that they're not supposed to preach, like the truth, then guess what? They don't get sponsored. They have their licenses removed. So they all have to preach the rapture, which is Satan coming first, 666, 6 seal, 6 trump, 6 file, coming first with the rapture. That's literally what that doctrine is. There's your white horse. And you know what? You know the white horse? This is ironic. You know what Satan flies as a banner on the white horse? A rainbow. It's called plastic. It's called fucking fabricated bullshit in the actual Greek. But it's translated rainbow. Who flies the rainbow flag? Satan's minions. Why do you think Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed? That's not how you make babies. That's not how you procreate. That's not how you further the human race, morally, ethically, or even biologically. Now they're calling fucking boys girls and girls boys. You think this shit is by accident? This is what the scripture tells you thousands of fucking years ago. Reading like tomorrow's newspaper. Those are your four horsemen. And they're also spirits that were released from the Euphrates and the river to the east. What are those rivers? What are those boundaries? From the Euphrates, if you look east, what are those boundaries? All your Muslim nations. Taking everything that you have. And you didn't vote for that shit. They're there anyway. Taking your shit. Swarming like locusts. Taking your soldiers' lives. Taking all of your bank accounts. Taking all of your taxes. Same thing. Infiltrating your schools to where you can't pray or even say the Pledge of Allegiance or hold a Bible study in school. But if somebody wants to lay down a prayer rug and worship their fucking pig god in the middle of their school, your children have to, okay? They all have to get a rug too and do the same thing. This is an actual fact. This is actually fucking This isn't conspiracy shit. This is in your fucking face. And if you're not willing to look at it, it's because you're a fucking pussy. Which makes you cannon fodder for Satan. Suck his fucking dick. Or be a Christian. That's your choice. That dividing line is really actually here. We're actually experiencing it. This is prophecy coming to pass in your face. This is the trumpet being blown. The enemy is beating down the fucking doors. No, the enemy is already overrunning the city. We've been talking about this shit for a while, so I don't think I'm guilty of not blowing the trumpet. Even fucking 5, 6, 8, 10 years ago. But there you go. You're actually experiencing this. We'd have to have Bible studies to actually clarify this, but the basics are right there in front of you, and if you're okay with that shit, you're a rotten piece of shit. And you need to get right. And if you can't get right, get gone. Because I don't want to spend a single second in heaven with you because you fucking love evil and hate good. Oh, the 10 Commandments are what? The fucking truth? And if you don't understand that, fuck you. No, like, fuck you. It's just that goddamn simple. This is true shit. This is real life stuff in your face. Like these prophecies coming to pass are like literally on the doorstep of all this shit ending. And if you're on the bad end of it because you're just a rotten piece of woke shit, you're fucked. And if you don't believe that, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So just don't be that. Make a choice. Fuck, make the right choice for once. You have one shot to make the right choice to erase all the wrong choices you made. That's pretty cool, man. And if you're not down with that, fuck you, idiot. True story? True. You have to know exactly what I'm telling you is the absolute truth. Like it's literally there in your face. And if you just refuse to see that, it's not because you can't see it. You just fucking hate it because it's the truth. And if you hate the truth, you get what you get. That's on you. But you have a chance. I don't care if you're one of those motherfuckers in Israel right now on my stream, bobbing your head up against a wall for no fucking reason because you're related to the motherfuckers that murdered Jesus and murdered Abel in the garden. You're a fucking Kenite. You still have a chance to not fucking just be evil in everything. That's how powerful the blood of Jesus is. You can be saved. If you're one of those, you can still just decide not to suck and say, I don't want to suck eternally. I'd rather have some of that good shit and not fucking suck forever. You can make that choice. it's you still have free will. But the world is pretty alluring, man. They're going to pay your bills in the flesh until your flesh is fucking destroyed. And we go on into the millennium, and then you got maybe a chance, but probably not. Might as well make the right choice now. See, this is the gospel. This is literally the gospel. Make the right choice now and say, I don't want to suck forever and just be 100% evil in everything that I think and do, because you realize that all of your politics and all of your morals and all of your ethics are questionable at best. You know they're fucked up. Murdering, cheating, hating, defying all the obvious commandments that tell you right is right and wrong is wrong, and you just fucking hate every single bit of it. You're evil to the core. But you can choose not to be. Why don't you just go ahead and do that for free? Because the price was paid for you. Nothing's for free. If you're Jewish, you're going to tell me nothing's for free. No, actually, this is for free. And it was pretty much put in place for you specifically. Because you're the motherfuckers that can't be saved. But maybe you can. That was the entire point of all this shit in the first place. That's your meaning of life. So anybody, come on, man. Just one saying, yeah, this is all pretty fucked up, and I don't want to be a part of it anymore, and I've actually been the cause of it, so I just don't want to be that anymore. That would be friggin' amazing. What does that have to do with Dragon Age 2? Absolutely, basically nothing. But this is the platform God gave me, because this platform has been destroyed. I want to say several dozen times. Yeah, I would say several dozen times. Yet I'm still here. So it has nothing to do with me. You're not hearing my words. I'm just passing some shit along that you probably need to hear. Yeah, somehow, yeah. So why here? Well, it doesn't come when you want it. It comes when you need it. That's what I learned, so maybe you need to learn the same lesson. But anyway, just making a choice just be fantastic. One person. Just one. Makes everything worth it. What did you say? What'd you say, Reginald? True story. Anyway, that definitely needed to be said. I don't know, every day that we're allowed to stream, is this going to be a thing? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a fortune teller. All right, Bethany.
It's done.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Come on, let me have a clean run at this. This would be amazing. Well, we can't unlock the chest, obviously, but we could maybe have a clean run here. That'd be pretty
I
cool.
am ready. They are not.
Oh, this is so clean. Oh my god. Can we keep
Get back!
Oh, I don't think we used a single friggin' health potion.
We must press towards the wild.
I was like, please, man, let this be a clean run. Oh, that was clean. That was so clean. I didn't get a single loot drop, though. Which is kind of crazy. At least something? No, not a single loot drop. Huh. That's weird.
I can't do that.
Yeah, nobody can. Not a single loot drop. Dude, what the hell, bro? Like, that's bad. That was a, like, super clean run. Huh. Not even a silver piece? That's pretty messed up. I'm sorry, Bethany. This is the shittiest part of playing a mage. Like, seriously, the shittiest part. Rank, normal or higher. This is like perfect for this. Normal or higher. Because like this is like guaranteed staggers pretty much on anybody that's within AoE effect of this, right? But you're Platinum Kingdom, I guess Platinum Kingdom Hearts 1.5? Don't really know shit about Kingdom Hearts, to be honest, but I mean, cool, I guess. I mean, if you platinum anything, I guess that's an achievement. Kind of random, but hey, man, good for you. I guess. I don't know. Is that like a super like stupid hard platinum to get? Kind of like Final Fantasy 14 kind of platinum, where you got to spend like, I don't know, 18,000 game hours to actually do it. Something like that. I mean, maybe it's that type of thing. If it is, I'm not trying to lessen it. I just have no idea what it is. Anybody else could probably say something to that, I guess, but that's my response. I don't really know what that means. If that's friggin' amazing, or it's like completely random. I mean, yeah, I appreciate the interaction with the stream type thing, I guess. Like, not really sure what to say to that, man. Not really sure what to say. Well, I can actually put this here. It's not going to make any difference, though. Because we're going to be getting to the Black Emporium and respecking, and all this shit is going to be kind of irrelevant. Hey, what's up, Saul? Oh, no shit? hey man, that's thanks. Thanks for that. That's well, that's obviously a worthy goal in my opinion. that's freaking fantastic. Haven't done before. I mean, I don't know. There's ways to do it. I mean, yeah, but I feel it's kind of exploitative for me to tell you how to do that. I feel that's exploitative. I appreciate the the thought. Obviously, I mean, we can always use all the support we can get. Yeah, yeah, to be honest, but yeah. Other than that, I feel like it's exploitative to sit here and tell you like what to do or what not to do or this or that or blah blah blah. So yeah, I'll just say. Well, they take 30. Yeah, they do take 30%. They do. And then PayPal takes like 7%, depending. They take a certain percent up to a certain point, and then they don't take any more after that. So, I mean, that's actually facts. Like that's how that works. Yeah, Super Chat takes 30%. I didn't know that till recently, to be honest. I was just really, really happy. And then when YouTube gives you what you got at the end of the month, it's like 30% less. Like that's a pretty big hit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think that's excessive. Like if you look at Twitch, if you want to buy like 1,000 bits on Twitch, which is like $10, it costs you like $11. And then sometimes they even run like sales or benefits to where you can like buy multiple subscriptions and you can buy like multiple bits for like less than what the bits actually cost, and you know, shit like that. Like Twitch does it right, but oh, the Divinity too. Brother man, if you're enjoying the shit out of it, that's enough for me, man. So yeah, I'm not gonna ever tell anybody to do anything that you don't want to do on your own. So I'm never gonna say that. I mean, obviously it's welcome. I mean, that would be anybody spending their internet and spending their electricity to, you know, do things. So yeah, obviously the sport is cool, but just the thought is really, really cool to me. So I appreciate the sentiment. And if you decide to do something, I want it to be 100% on you, because then I'm like super, super grateful for that, because I didn't beg you to do it, and I didn't tell you what to do or how to do it, and I didn't even suggest it. You did it on your own, and that's worth more than the support all by itself. You get where I'm coming from? Like, it's kind of like that. Like that is just so you get some joy out of a video game that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And it's one of the most beautiful games that I've ever personally experienced. And everybody should have that for free, or for whatever the game costs, right? And the game is worthy of its hire if the game is worth playing. So there you go, right? So 100%. Do I have a Patreon page? I think I do, but I haven't checked into my Patreon page like ever. Somebody told me to start one, and I saw no purpose for doing it, because it's like hanging out outside of streaming, and I spend every single free moment that I have streaming. Like when I get home from work, go shower, go do my thing, maybe pop open a few beers, and stream until like 6 in the morning, right? If I'm not at work, get on as early as I can during the day and stream until I have to either go to sleep or I'm so fucking pissed at the game that I'm either going to break my controller and my friggin' console or I'm just going to go to sleep. Get something to eat and go to sleep type of thing, right? So I was like, I don't have any time for Patreon. I can't go hang out with, I mean, apparently it's a place where people can hang out without you, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe it's selfish, but I'd rather hang out with you guys here. If I'm streaming, then you guys are here. So, no. All I have is a PayPal. I have a PayPal, and then you can super chat. That's all I have. So if neither of those are a thing, honestly, I just appreciate the thought. Like I said, we're not begging here, but all support is obviously appreciated. So, you know, do your thing, man. Do your thing. And if you can't, well, it's the thought that counts. Right? I'm not going to tell you one way or the other. That's absolutely your choice. Yeah. Yeah, that's you know, yeah, just saying. I mean, yeah, I mean, PayPal's honestly just anytime, just like anything else, any other Cash App, I guess, right? In fact, I think one of the Cash Apps is actually called Cash App. I don't have it, but I mean, that's if you're going to support somebody, they're going to get more of what you send than other avenues, right? But I don't know. As soon as I say that, what does YouTube do? Fucking, I don't know, cancel me and fucking push me to the back of the plate? I don't know. You know what? I don't know, man. Either way, I just anything. But yeah, you were right. Actually, YouTube super chat does actually take 30%, which is crazy because I've actually seen fundraisers that generated at least $50,000 to $100,000 in like a single half of football. It was on a football streamer. I don't even have to tell you who he is. I don't like a lot of things that he supports. The fundraising was something that I'm against, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway, it was like between 50 and 100K in like a first half of football. And so, I mean, I'm guessing by the end of the stream, it was easily $100,000 by the end of the game, because the second half was even ridiculous. I mean, like he was getting like everything from like $500 to $1,000 at a time, but it was all through Super Chat, which means that YouTube made $30,000 off of this dude's stream, at least minimum. It might have been upwards of $50,000 just raking the Super Chat revenue from this dude doing a fundraiser. So the fundraiser, he only had to report a certain percentage, like, you know, what, 70% of the stream revenue, and then whatever from there. I mean, that's like a stupid amount of money. Dude, I could literally live for like 5 years off of that, personally. Like just off of that, just that by itself, I could literally manage for like 5 years off of that. How could you manage for 5 years off that? I'm pretty frugal. But yeah, that was crazy. But that, you know, when I found out, it's like Super Chat, they take 30%. Maybe they take a smaller percentage for somebody who brings in more revenue type thing. The revenue share is different. Maybe. I don't really know. Anyway, if you bring in $100,000 on a fundraiser, you could say, "Hey, I brought in $100,000." No, you didn't. You brought in $70,000. YouTube took $30,000, right? So you can say I did this much. I brought in $6 million. If you brought in $6 million, YouTube took $2 million of it, or really close to 2 million. No, you didn't bring in 6 million. You brought in about 4 and change. Be real. So yeah, I mean, like those. But people who are dealing with money figures like that, how can you really trust any of it? I mean, it just, let's just be honest. It's anyway, doesn't really matter. That's political shit. No, you didn't handcuff my chat at all. Just be aware, if you do something through PayPal, I won't be notified on YouTube. I would on Twitch. On Twitch, it counts the same as bits. It all works the same. On YouTube, not so much. So I actually had somebody donate an amount, and that's about a month ago, actually. Well, at least several weeks ago. And I didn't know they'd done it. And then I found out later, and they didn't say anything in chat. They didn't say, hey man, I gave you a donation. Now somebody just a couple days ago said, hey man, I gave you a dono, because it didn't actually pop up on stream. And then I actually went and looked at it, and I'm like, oh man, thanks man. I'm sorry, I can't find a setting to where it actually displays it. Yes, there's settings for it, and I have those settings activated. They still don't work on YouTube. They work on Twitch. They don't work on YouTube. Something they probably got to figure out. I don't really know. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, so if you do something like that and I don't see it and I don't acknowledge it, just know that I'm not aware of it. Because obviously anybody's supporting the stream, as soon as I see it, or as soon as I know it, I'll be like, oh my God, hey, thanks for the subscription. That's another thing. I don't get notified when somebody subscribes on YouTube. It only counts on Twitch. So Streamlabs is definitely geared towards Twitch, right? So pretty much anything that happens on your stream on Twitch, it can come up as like, all kinds of audio and visual shit, and, parades, and, shit flashing all over the screen, and little GIFs that you want to play for yourself and all that stuff. And we had all that set up, and it still kind of works. It works on Super Chat. It'll actually notify me that somebody subscribed on YouTube, but I don't see the GIF that's supposed to be associated with it. I have a GIF that I've been using for a decade, and it's like when somebody follows and or subscribes, then it's I 100% appreciate that. I'm just going to say, if you did something like that and I didn't acknowledge it, it's not because I'm ignoring you, and it's not lack of respect or appreciation. It's just I didn't know. I didn't know. Anyway, but yeah, I have a little GIF that plays, and it's supposed to play with subscriptions on YouTube. I have it set to that. It doesn't work. And it's like it's a bunch of ninjas flying through the trees, following something, right? And I was like, oh, that's a pretty cool follow thing. I think that's cool. But it's just a little animation, right? And it plays with like some bongo drums and shit, right? And I'm like, oh man, that's cool. And it worked on Twitch. It doesn't work here. And the donation thing, Super Chat, I think it works. But on donations through PayPal, which are supposed to also be linked, because the PayPal is actually linked to YouTube. There's an actual PayPal button on my channel. I know there is, because people have used it, right? And then when somebody does that, I don't get notified, and it's supposed to be, it's an old GIF from an old ninja movie from the 80s. And it's a dude shooting a blow dart into the barrel of a revolver, and then the revolver blows up in the dude's face. And I'm like, oh, that's some epic shit. That's some Revenge of the Ninja type shit from the 80s, right? I'm totally down with this. And it worked. Here, it doesn't work. Here it doesn't work for some reason. So I don't know. I mean, the settings, you can only go to Streamlabs settings. Now, maybe there's some other way to like link those that I'm not aware of. Anyway, so that's the history of that. But yeah, that's all I can really say. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, but as far as that goes, I just PayPal just that's pretty consistent anyway. Actually, I mean, it's been enough years now where with PayPal I actually have like the card. So like if I have a PayPal balance, I can go to the store and like get gas, right? Or something, and actually use it as like kind of a card. Comes in handy sometimes, especially being a delivery driver. I've used that more than once, right? Definitely more than once. Anyway. But I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Maker, give me strength.
Okay, bro. I mean, the first slam, she was dead. Did the ogre have to do the second slam and then ragdoll the shit out of her? Okay, that's like super not cool. Yeah, I'm pretty screwed here. I'm totally screwed here. Nice.
And stay down.
We're gonna have to kite a little bit. Oh fuck, that was a waste. God damn it.
Mana.
That was a waste.
I can't keep this up.
Sorry, guys.
I'm exhausted. Need mana.
Whatever.
Bethany, wake up. The battle's
As long as we
over.
survive
We're
it, man. I thought we were doing good
I'm
there for a
sorry,
minute,
mistress.
but then shit happened.
No,
What happened?
these things
Shit
will not
happened.
take Bethany.
Maybe we should grieve when we're safe.
Nice.
Don't speak to me of grief. This is your fault. How could you let her charge off like that? Oh, my poor little girl. My sweetheart.
If we stand here weeping, the Darkspawn will take the rest of us too.
Allow me to commend your daughter's soul to the Maker, mistress. Ashes we were, and ashes we become. Maker, give this young woman a place at your side. Let us take comfort in the peace she has found in eternity.
I will never forget you, Bethany.
At least Father will have company now.
flames.
Now this
We're
can get
too
like
late.
really, really annoying. I've actually died here because the game refused to acknowledge.
I'll deal with this.
Yeah, I was about to say,
There's no end to them.
the Carver was about to get knocked out there, right? Seriously. Does anybody else agree that this should be the champion's mage armor? Right here? Like, specifically right here? That should be the champion's mage armor? With the circlet and everything? Like, just most gangster mage armor you ever saw in your life? There's got to be a mod for it, right? There has to be a mod on PC for that. There just has to be. If there's not, that just seems stupid then. If there's not.
Impressive. Where'd you learn how to turn into a dragon?
Perhaps I am a dragon.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, count yourself lucky. The smell of burning darkspawn does nothing for the appetite. If you wish to flee the darkspawn, you should know you are heading in the wrong direction.
So you're just going to leave us here?
And why not?
Oh. Start the game on the hardest difficulty? Oh, well, good. Good.
A mighty ogre
Dude.
vanquished. Who could perform such a feat? But now my curiosity is sated, and you are safe for the moment. Is that not enough?
Remember, once you go stacked, you can never go back, man. Max difficulty on any game, if it's worth a shit, is going to make you understand the game. Because, I mean, honestly, if you say, I'm going to put this shit on max difficulty and see what it's got, and you can just kind of get by, game's probably half-ass garbage. But if you put a game on max difficulty and you get fucking wrecked, and you can't even get through the tutorial, well, you probably got to learn some things. And if a game doesn't force you to learn what it's about, then the game's not worth a shit. But if you've been playing, like if you've been playing Origins or Dragon Age 2 on anything less than Nightmare, going back and playing it on Nightmare is going to force you to learn more about the game. It's gonna force you to learn shit about the game that you didn't even know you were missing. You're like, oh my god, none of this shit works. What the fuck actually works? Well, you got to go find out. Experiment, work with it, this and that, blah blah blah. Origins is even less forgiving because you don't have a respec mode outside of the DLC. So you just got to say, okay, I need this, 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 and this. And if your thinking is off, your build is shit, and then 50, 100 hours into your build, you realize it's garbage, you got to start over from scratch. Like that's an RPG. That's a game worth playing. It forces you to learn. The game says the only way to get here is to get through this maze of this bullshit. And you gotta know when to turn left and when to turn right. What skill to pick and what skill not to pick. What works with what and what doesn't work with whatever else. And what's just fucking useless by itself, even if it sounds good. That's the maze you gotta work through to get to this. And if you can't get here, you're gonna die somewhere along the way. A lot. And you're just gonna be like, well, this doesn't work. Right?
You could show me that trick of yours. That looks useful.
I I dare say it is. Such a clever tongue for a mage. Tell me, clever child, how do you intend to outrun the Blight?
We're going to Kirkwall, in the Free Marches.
Kirkwall? My, but that is quite the voyage you plan. So far, simply to flee the Darkspawn.
Any better suggestions? I hear the deep roads are vacant now.
Oh, you I like. Hurtled into the chaos, you fight, and the world will shake before you.
I'm back in a second.
Or chance? I can never decide. It appears fortune smiles on us both today. I may be able to help you yet.
Yeah, I wish Inquisition hadn't abandoned that. Inquisition, you know, let's just talk about that for just a second. Inquisition didn't just abandon tactics, which gameplay-wise made Dragon Age special, but they abandoned blood magic, which made the story special because it was the foundation of the entire story. Blood magic created Darkspawn. Blood magic obviously created blood magic. Blood magic created archdemons, and blood magic was the one thing that the Chantry and any good thing, well, good in quotes, thing fought against on the basic foundation of everything that the game was written on. And so Inquisition abandoned the two things that mattered, both story-wise and gameplay-wise. Tactics made Dragon Age special. The blood magic thing made Dragon Age, well, the story. And they abandoned tactics and blood magic entirely. Explain that. Like, dude, that's not just self-sabotage. Like, I mean, it's definitely self-sabotage. But how do you abandon everything that makes you great to make sure that you're just mediocre or that you suck going forward? And in the development of Dragon Age Inquisition, there was an interview and one of the developers said, we are aggressively pursuing Skyrim in our game development. And Skyrim is literally Bethesda's suicide. And Inquisition was BioWare's suicide. That's not a coincidence. Like, why did everybody just all of a sudden drink the Kool-Aid and decide, well, we're the best game developers on the planet, so we're going to become the worst on purpose. And you're going to pay us to do it. You understand? That's exactly what happened. You can't call it anything but that. That's it. That's all. You can't even argue that history. Crazy, right?
Anything you could do for us would be appreciated.
Should we even trust her? We don't even know what she is.
I know what she is. The Witch of the Wilds.
Why forfeit
Some
that?
call me that.
Like, literally, why forfeit that?
Asha Bellinar.
Makes no sense.
An old hag who talks too much. Does it matter? I offer you this.
I honestly, if you came up with a reason for it, it would just be they did it on purpose. Why do you?
Not far out of your way. Would you do this?
Why would you sabotage your entire career and future on purpose for no reason? I'll never get that. There's no logical straightforward reason for that. There has to be a conspiracy there to commit suicide on purpose at the same time, in the same way. Let's see, this is what makes us great, so we're not going to do any of that on purpose. And we're going to follow some pattern that's just, there is no pattern, and we're just going to do whatever, and we're just going to go with that and hope that we continue our legacy. You're not going to continue your legacy by being the opposite of what you are, which is suck. Up until that point, I mean, they're pretty amazing. Not gonna lie. I'm still playing this game. And then they just forfeited it, and they said, what makes us great? Give me a checkbox. What makes BioWare great? This, and this. So if we don't check any of those boxes and we do the opposite on purpose, then we're going to make money? Then we're going to make a good game. This is a good game, so if we do the opposite of that, it's still going to be a good game. On purpose. That's exactly what they did. You can't call it anything but that. And Bethesda did the exact same fucking thing. Well, what makes our shit great? This, and this. We're not going to do any of that. We're going to do the opposite and dumb it down and fucking insult you and insult your intelligence and insult your quality as human beings and still take your money, and then we're going to take it again and again and again because you're just that fucking stupid. Now, Bethesda fans actually proved that, me included, that they were just that fucking stupid, and they gave them their money again and again, hoping for something, and not even aware yet that they had been just fucked in the ass by Satan himself, which is exactly what happened. And therefore, you don't get shit out of either of these developers, and everybody else is like an indie studio spending money they don't have with a publisher that's not on Front Street, trying to make up for the fact that there are no RPGs anymore. And Skyrim and Inquisition are responsible for that. Solely responsible for that. The fact that we don't get RPGs now is because they somehow didn't fail taking away everything that made games good in the first place. Remember, they were on the mountaintop. Those were your two RPG studios. Period. End of conversation. Hell, Bethesda used to publish their own shit. And then guess what? They jumped off the mountain and died, which is called suicide, on purpose. And we're left with what? What do we got now? Remaster after remaster after remaster of something that was trash in the first place so that you can mod it and try to make it worthwhile, but you still can't because it's still empty fucking trash. That's all you got. That's just a shame, man. That's seriously a shame. But at least we got Origins, we got Dragon Age 2, we still got Oblivion, we got a remaster of Oblivion, which is actually pretty amazing, even though it's like janky as fuck in a lot of ways, but the original was janky as fuck in a lot of ways also, so it doesn't really matter. Supposedly we're getting a Fallout 3 remaster. If it's not a Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 3 Tale of Two Wastelands remaster, then it's going to only be worth 1/3 of what it could actually be worth, but we'll see what happens. That's on my bucket list. I'm not saying that's what they're going to do. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually did it, though, because that makes the most sense.
Roast a few more Darkspawn?
Just saying.
I'll do anything you want.
Sadly, my charity is at an end. There is a clan of Dalish elves near the city of Kirkwall. Deliver this amulet to their keeper, Marathari.
Yeah, the only other like tactical type game
between us is paid in full. Before I take you anywhere
was
there is another matter.
What was it? Final Fantasy? Was it 11?
No.
10, 11, whatever. Zodiac 12. Final Fantasy 12. Zodiac Age. That's the only other one I remember actually having tactics.
She's right.
But tactics didn't work if you didn't have certain equipment, so... I mean, but at least it was something. I got to play that for a few days, and it wasn't a complete waste of time. Was it worth the money? I mean, that's relative, I guess. I guess that's relative.
This corruption is the permanent sort, I take it.
The only cure I know of is to become a Grey Warden.
And they all died at Ostagar.
Not all, but the last are now beyond your reach.
Aveline, listen to me.
You can't ask me this. I won't.
Please. The corruption is a slow death. I can't.
He's your husband, Aveline. I can't decide his fate.
Excuse me.
Be strong, my love.
Oh, thanks, Saul. Oh, come on, man. You know what? It actually won't allow me to reply here. Check it out. I'm on Streamlabs. Yeah, it tells me if I want to actually like give like a chat recognition to this, I can't. And even if I sign into chat, I'm signed into the chat. But it's Streamlabs, so I have to actually go to YouTube and like type something. It's Like I said, this is definitely Twitch friendly, not YouTube friendly. But
Without
anyway,
an end, there can be no peace.
just saying, like, it actually gives me the option to go ahead and say, hey man, and you know, give some emotes or cheers or just say thank you and this and that, blah blah blah. It won't let me do it. It literally won't let me do it. Not that really matters, but
You expect me to believe a myth swooped out of the wild to save the champion.
anyway, thanks, man.
Oh, come now, Seeker. Do I need to recite the tale of the war?
Thanks. Well, at least you're under.
No.
You're on the.
Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised to hear of her involvement.
You're on the. You're on the podium.
What else aren't you?
At least it recognized that. It does at least recognize that.
In a matter of speaking.
And I don't know. I don't know if it played the. Did it play the GIF?
But if you tell me they all flew
Did it even
to
play that?
Kirkwall on a dragon.
Nothing so fanciful, I assure you.
I didn't hear it, but if it did, well, that's cool.
The witch
Anyway.
kept her word and got them to Guaran.
Well, thanks,
where they
man.
took ship.
That's awesome.
They sailed north.
I don't have to tell you didn't have to do that, but I will say that I really super appreciate it.
2 weeks they spent in that dark hold, packed in with the fearful and the desperate. And then they saw it. Kirkwall, the city of chains. Long ago, it was part of the Imperium.
Nice. Anyway, man.
Slaves coming from far and wide to work the quarries.
Super thanks, man.
Now, it's a free city.
I got it.
But I use the word loosely.
If you
sail through those black
went
cliffs,
to
and you'll see what the
Divinity
slaves of
2,
old saw.
what was the first class or what was the first style you played? Class is kind of loose in Divinity 2 because you can like do everything. It's like totally wide open. But what did you actually decide first? I mean, I'm guessing you went and played it, right? I hope you did. If you haven't yet, then well, okay. I mean, if you're thinking the recommendation just because the recommendation, well, I mean, man, shit, I love you too, man. I mean, I appreciate it, but if you're playing it, I'm kind of curious how you approached it your first time out. My first time out, I approached it dual wielding, just and learned from there, pretty much. Because I was like, oh yeah, you can dual wield in this shit? Let me do that. But thank you so much, man. That's yeah, man. I'm not worthy, right? Like that type of thing. Totally. I always feel like that too. I always feel like that. Like when somebody just does something like super generous.
It's true. Look at them all.
No, don't
Really
apologize for what? I mean, you're
Everyone's fleeing.
doing something like really generous and really nice to me.
And they would throw us all
And
back
you know
to the
what?
wolves.
To be honest,
Unbelievable.
any percentage that YouTube takes, honestly, if the stream actually generates something for YouTube, you know what it's going to do to my stream? It's going to put my shit on Front Street, right? So I mean, that can't hurt. I don't know how much it helps as far as that goes, but yeah, whatever, man. You know what? Honestly, it's exactly what was supposed to happen. Because you thought that was a thing. And you said, I'm just going to do this. And I'm going to make sure this shit happens and whatever. And, you know, guess what? Exactly what's supposed to happen is going to happen. There's going to be a point somewhere where oh, you haven't even started it yet? Oh, shit. Dude, I can't wait to hear what you think. Dude, honestly, the soundtrack alone in the game, if I was playing this on the backwards compatible, I would do a spoiler for you. Wouldn't be a spoiler, man. But I would do like a light spoiler, and I would just play the main theme for you. And when you hear it, as a gamer, you're going to be envisioning some fantasy bullshit. Some, like, Dungeons and Dragons-esque fantasy bullshit. Just from hearing the main theme. It's so beautiful and it's so different. But it works. It works the same way with Divinity 2 that the music works with Dragon Age, and the music works with Elder Scrolls, and the music works with Mass Effect, and the music works, I would even say Dark Souls. Right? That's how on point it is. And the dude that actually made the OST, that composed all of the music, he passed away. So you'll never get that again. What's his name? Kirill something. Was he Ukrainian? I think he was Ukrainian. I think Yugoslavian? Anyway, I don't really remember. You go look it up if you wanted to. But seriously, he's like this Eastern European composer that had his own view on shit. And Larian Studios went and said, what would you do here and here and here and here and here for the entire game? And every single part of the game has a theme. And it's not a spoiler because it's actually revealed in the trailer for the game. Now this is like about 15 years ago, right? But it's actually revealed in the trailer. You actually get to be a dragon. Now, when I say you get to be a fucking dragon, I mean you get to be a goddamn dragon. And there's fucking music for that too. Do you understand how gangster that is? This is like some Fat Electrician level shit right here. That's the most gangster RPG shit ever in the history of ever, and no other game actually even did that. That's how it's just that. And if you think, well, how cool could that be? That's how cool it is across the board. You actually get so gangster as a dragon that your actual animations change as a human or whatever. Anyway, you just, God damn it, man. It's like, if that shit doesn't give you chills, well, you're just probably not an RPG player at that point. I just, like, how the fuck can you not just understand how epic that shit is? In every sense of the word. And dude, the game is like really lore heavy. Like it's story based. Actually, at the end of the game, it's got a movie twist. You know, one of your favorite movies where I didn't see that coming. That's literally the end of the game. Where it says the good is the bad is the good is the bad is the good. It takes you through the entire cycle and lets you kind of figure it out for yourself. While just giving you this movie twist that makes it just, dude, if you enjoy it 1/10 as much as I did, you're going to spend 1,000 hours in it. If you enjoyed it 1/10, 10% of what I did, you'll be like, holy shit, okay, this is gangster as fuck. Why is this not the best game ever made? Ever. Just like ever. And honestly, it's just because it's dated. I mean, like, the graphics aren't all that, and the animations aren't all that, and just this and that, and blah, blah, blah. But the music and the art style, remember, it's not 4K graphics, but what it is 1000K art in all the design. In the characters, the game world, fucking the trees, the everything. The quality of the graphics is like Jade Empire, maybe Dragon Age Origins, quality, graphics. I mean, kind of somewhere between Morrowind and Oblivion. I just say Oblivion. Yeah, like quality graphics. But the art style? Oh, shit. Unreal Engine? art style. And then you got the story, you got the music, you got the dialogue, you got the voice actors, and it's just so charming on another level. Damn, dude, it's just that. All I can say is you'll see. I'm jealous because I wish I had never played the game before and somebody would tell me this shit and I would go play it for the first time and that's all I would play for like the next fucking 6 months. I'm talking like 18 hours a day with no sleep, having to work and just game and just like that type of thing. That's where I would be with it. This is old school. You can't even set your controller down. You got to get up to go to work for 2 hours. In 2 hours, you'll play for another hour and nap for an hour and just go to work, and you'll suffer that because, God damn it, you want to finish this cave or go find this thing or talk to this person or do this whatever. That's how gangster it is. Now, if you don't see it that way, I'd really like to hear your opinion and just be like, everything you said it was, I'm not down with any of it. And I'd be like, damn, sorry, I guess, but I can't see you not seeing all that. Especially if you got an open mind and actually get into the game for what it actually is. That's just, I can't see you not saying, oh my God, this is the most amazing shit ever. How's this shit not remastered yet? On the Unreal Engine. Dude, if Divinity 2 Ego Draconis was remastered on the Unreal Engine, it would be the best RPG probably ever made. Ever. It would actually surpass any fucking Dragon Age or Elder Scrolls or any of that stuff. I'm not calling it bullshit, because I'm sitting here playing a Dragon Age game. But I would tell you that it would surpass all that if it got a remaster. True story. Anyway.
I'm only surprised they let us dock.
We need to find Gamlen. Our family.
Yeah, I just hate turn-based games, man. I hate them.
He can do
I fucking hate turn-based. I hate it with a passion.
Received your letter.
It was amazing.
The guards seem to be reporting to that
for
man.
what it was.
Perhaps we should speak.
I mean, I got no criticism for the game. I just fucking hate that kind of gameplay. I hate it. I hate it. I detest it. The only thing I hate worse than that is woke. Seriously. So yeah, it's but I'm not criticizing the game at all. The cinematics, the game world, the dialogue, the story, the game development, like the design and whatever. I'm not criticizing any of that. I fucking hate turn-based. You can take the best game in the world and make it turn-based, and I'm gonna fucking hate it. I don't care how good the game is. That's me.
Get back to the crowd,
So,
you lot.
yeah, no criticism. No criticism. I mean, they even kept woke to the minimum when woke was at its peak.
We have enough.
I think people are seeing woke for what it is now.
We don't need you refugees.
Although it's going to take over the world regardless, but it basically actually has. But still, at the time, woke was at its peak, and they basically let your girls have a dick. But outside of that, the game was amazing. Girls don't have dicks, and boys don't have pussies. And if you turn your shit, you turn your Audi to an innie, or vice versa, you're still genetically. In other words, let's just be honest. If you got a DNA test and you're a boy, guess what your DNA is going to show? You're a boy. If you identify as a woman, you're just mentally ill. You still, your DNA is going to say you're a boy. If you die in a fucking fire and there's at least, like, I don't know, a hair or a tooth to identify you, they're going to identify you as your biological actual gender, because there's only two. Boys have dicks, and your DNA is going to prove it. Girls don't, and your DNA is going to prove it. And if you don't understand that, you're so fucking fucked up, you're woke. Which means you're actually possessed. You actually have a demon possessing you to where you can't think straight. You are literally demonically possessed. You are, what's her name? Megan, whatever her name is in The Exorcist. I'm just waiting for somebody with purple hair using her fucking Honda SUV to try to run over an ICE agent and get some film on camera of her head spinning around 720 fucking degrees, spitting vomit all over her windshield and over her baby in the passenger seat, and then suing Christian America because her baby got fucking shot in the face. Because, yeah. That's pretty straightforward, right? If you can't see exactly what if you can't pick up what I'm putting down, then you're not capable of thinking for yourself at all, period. But you already realize you're in the wrong stream, period. So there you go. But yeah, anyway, so at least as far as they went, and Baldur's Gate is just giving chicks dicks. So you got Futanari. Isn't that how you say it? Futanari that are supposedly born trans, which, I mean, maybe that's happened once in the history of mankind, but that's not an actual biological thing, except for chemical perversion that actually causes cancer, might actually cause that to happen in the womb. Nothing wrong with that person. They can still live their life if they choose to, but just honestly, that doesn't actually exist. That's like fringe porn. I know what it is, and it is what it is. And I also know it's not, and it's not real. So there you have it. No. Why would I calm down, though? Why would I calm down? No, Saul. No, man. That's... Okay, I'm just going to say this. Bad advice. Calm down. Why calm down? I'm just going to say this. Okay? I can back myself up. Be salty. I love you too, man. But like, be serious, Saul. Like, not even joking. Not even a side comment, but actual real for real. Don't calm down. Be salty. God actually told you this when he was here in person. He said, be salty. If salt has lost its saltiness, what are you? You're just sand. You're just sand gritting in people's teeth. You're not worth anything. You're just fucking annoying. Be salty. Salt of the earth, if you will. What does salt do? It makes a difference. You know, salt can actually heal wounds. Salt actually makes mashed potatoes and water actually taste good. Salt can change every single thing it's in. Water, wounds, taste, environment. You can actually salt the clouds and change the weather. Salt makes a difference. Why would you calm down? Why would you not be salty? Just saying. The commandment I received was to be salty. If it doesn't profit you directly, oh well. If it gets you canceled, oh well. I don't really care. Not being salty because the world says so is being a fucking bitch. It's being a woke fucking pussy satanic coward. Either be salty or you have no saltiness. And if you don't have any saltiness, you're not worth shit. You're not making a difference. But the only salt of the earth is given by the salt of the earth, which is the actual truth. If you have the truth, spread it. He also said the exact same thing, but it looks completely different. He said this. He said, don't hide your bushel, don't hide your candle, don't hide your light, your candle, your lantern, your lamp. A lamp was basically just an open dish of oil with basically a fuse in the middle of it. Just kept the building light. Don't hide your lamp under a bushel. Guess what happens? If you hide your lantern under a bushel of hay, guess what happens? You set the whole house on fire. In other words, the light's going to go out, but you're guilty of trying to hide it. Don't be guilty of hiding the light. Don't be guilty of refraining your voice because you actually have the truth and you know nobody else around you does. And I'm not saying you all don't have the truth. But what I'm saying is you don't necessarily know where everybody's at. And beware, the enemy is always has leaven. If you're trying to bake bread, this is another example. The leaven of the Pharisees. Who were the Pharisees? They were the Kenites. Who were the Kenites? They are the law writers. They're the scribes that murdered Abel, murdered Jesus, and are actually controlling your government right now and bobbing their heads on a fucking wall in Jerusalem that's going to fall down, and they don't acknowledge that because they murdered your fucking Messiah in the first place. And they control most of your oil, and yeah, they look a lot like a lot of your Arabs. Arab is translated locust in the Bible. If you don't know what that means, go look it up. If you're not willing to go look it up, then you won't know. And if you don't know, you're not armed. And if you're not armed, you can't fight. And if you can't fight, you're dead. That's pretty simple, right? Those are facts. Nothing to do with this video game. That's things to go look at and think about. I know I just gave you the truth. I'm 100% sure. So, not my words, just passing it along. So no, I'm not going to calm down. I'll never calm down. And if I do calm down, I'm a bitch. I'll curse myself on that one. If I do calm down, I'm a bitch. If I lose my salt, I'm worth nothing. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, pass it along so maybe somebody else can get it for free. Yeah, and the thing they get for free is worth more than the entire world could offer them, even if you were the Kenite George Soros. You don't have anything compared to a Christian. You don't get any of that shit. You orchestrated Satan's fucking kingdom, and it didn't amount to anything because, well, this is God's world, and he's the King of Kings, and he always has been, and he always will be, and that's just how it's going to go. It doesn't look like that right now, but he's allowing you to buy into that fallacy. Or say, that's fucking a fallacy, and that's not true, and I'm not down with that. So don't calm down. Fucking, this is a gamer term. Get good. Learn the truth. Learn the stats. Learn your build. Get it, have it, and fucking kill everything faster than it can kill you. Spiritually. Executing these fucking evil assholes will not get you anywhere. This is not a war of flesh and blood. But it is a spiritual war. And if you don't have any spiritual armor and you don't have any spiritual weapons, then if you're a gamer, you need to go fucking get some. Go earn that shit. Go read about it. Find out where it's at. The Bible is your map. Go put an X on the map and go there and fight the boss that you need to get that shit, which is fucking Satan himself. Good thing is if you're a Christian, well, you win before you even start the fight, and go get that shit and go get some armor, go get some weapons, and actually go out and kick some ass and be salty. Remember, a warrior that's not salty is a piece of shit. You're not worth anything. You're a coward. You don't have anybody's back. You're fucking woke. You can't, you're not even true to your own. Remember, woke people fight amongst each other as much as they do us because they don't have a direction. They're a ship without a rudder. Go read Jude. You want to find out what a ship without a rudder is? Don't be that. Have a rudder. Be a captain of your own ship and have some truth and direct yourself the way you need to go. Are you going to make mistakes? Of course you are. Are you going to be justified? Of course you are. There you go. Now, I'm not going to calm down. America will be healed in some. You think we got 17 years? You think we got that long? 17 years? I mean, I'm not saying it's not 17 years. Nobody knows that, which means you don't know that either. So, yeah, I would question that because God told you that you don't know that. So, but that seems, that's as far as our clock goes, that seems pretty distant. I think the sounding between the trumpets is a little bit closer than that, personally, but I could be wrong. I mean, theoretically, the Trump sounded in 1948 when Israel became a nation again, which hadn't happened since Israel wasn't a nation. So that's the generation of the fig tree, and the generation is the generation. At the very absolute most, the generation could be 120 years. So 1948 to 2068, it could last that long, theoretically. Theoretically, it could last that long. 2068? You think we got 42 more years of this shit? When the locusts are already swarming. You think we got... I mean, I can't say it's not, but you can't say it is. You can't say it is because nobody knows this. Literally nobody knows this, and there's not some secret hidden there where you know. I mean, the season. Honestly, you can't know. You can't set a date until Satan actually shows up himself, working miracles and signs and wonders, proving to be everybody's God, including Christians and all the denominations who have refused to teach God's word for a long time. Teaching the rapture doctrine and shit like that. Satan is rapture Jesus. And anybody who accepts that has the mark of the beast in their forehead already. But we're not just talking about Christians. We're talking about any scientist, any atheist, anybody of any other religion looking for a Muhammad or looking for whatever else. I don't the Mohammedans, actually Satan himself is going to work against them too. Because once they're used for what they're good for, which is undermining all the Christian nations on the face of the planet, they need to be disposed of because they're a spiritual embarrassment, even to Satan himself, who has no spirit and has no morals and has no ethics. He is literally the opposite of all that. I think we're pretty close there, man. I'm not saying it's tomorrow, but remember, the season of the locust is May through September. It's a 5-month period. And actually the hour of the beast is basically cut in half, so the second half hour of that. And remember, heaven is silenced for half an hour. Half an hour. Well, you got the hour of the beast, you got the hour of temptation. You've got the tribulation. And that's what Satan comes down pretending to be Jesus and coming in peace. No nukes. No, none of that. He's just going to give world peace. He's going to pay off all your bills, and everybody's going to be good. And he's going to be the biggest celebrity anybody's ever seen since Elvis, who Elvis actually caused little girls to pass out and piss in their panties. They were so enthralled by Elvis. Do you understand what Satan's going to actually do? Nobody's prepared for this. It's going to happen. You're going to see it. And I don't think it's going to be 17 years from now. Maybe it will. If it is, I'm wrong. But I think we're a lot closer than that. That's what the Bible actually says. And it's never been wrong. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be wrong now. So faith is not believing. Faith is knowledge. Believing is like somebody tells you, I'm going to pay you the $5 I owe you tomorrow. And you believe that. It might happen. They might actually do that. But that's faith in somebody. God doesn't respect that. Faith is kind of like this. It's if you flip your light switch, you expect the light to come on. Here's faith. If the light doesn't come on, you assume that your battery's dead or the light bulb is broken. What you don't assume first is that electricity doesn't work. You goddamn well know that electricity works. Even if you don't know exactly how well it works, you know that it does work. So if you flip your light switch and the light doesn't come on, either your electricity is out, or your light switch is broken, or your bulb is out. That's the first thoughts. Faith is understanding that electricity works, and if shit isn't working, it's not because of electricity. God didn't do that. It's because something else has failed. That's faith in God. It's knowing. There's no believing there. It's knowing beyond the shadow of a doubt, even if you can't map that shit out. That's faith. Faith is not believing in some cultist to tell you to drink the Kool-Aid. Faith is not believing that there's going to be a rapture, even though it's not even in the Bible that you claim to believe on, which if you claim to believe it, it's the only way you can actually be a Christian in the first place. Faith is knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that everything you understand is true, whether you can see it or not. I can't see electricity, but I know if I hit my light switch and my bulb doesn't come on, something's wrong. It's not that electricity doesn't work. That would be modern faith. Is as soon as I hit my light switch, oh my God, my bulb didn't come on for the first time in 1,000 fucking light switch flicks. So therefore, electricity must be false. That's modern faith. Real faith is knowing goddamn well that electricity works, and if shit doesn't work right, well then something's going down. But what you know to be true is true. All the time, and this is an anomaly, and you probably should pay attention to it. That's faith. You get the difference? There you go. It's just that simple. That's what a Christian is. It's reality. It's not a religion. It's reality. And then you got everything else. And the world is full of everything else. Like I said, right is wrong, wrong is right. Black is white, white is black, light is dark, dark is light, up is down, down is up. Go read Isaiah. You'll see it for yourself. It reads like tomorrow's newspaper. And you can see exactly where we're at. Actually, I need to go back to that myself and refresh to see exactly where we're at. I don't think we're 17 years away. I think we're really, really close. That's what I see. So I see the locusts swarming, and the locusts don't swarm that long before they take everything you have. And they've taken most of everything we have. They've taken Israel's culture. They've attacked Israel and the descendants of Israel in Europe. They've taken over basically most of Europe and the Isles, the British Isles. They've taken over that. And now they're trying to take over America too. Locusts, they take everything you have. They take your culture. They take the bark off your trees. They take the money out of your accounts. They take all your tax dollars. And they raise your taxes to do what? To buy oil that you can't produce for yourself because the locusts have put green scam, global warming shit in place to keep you from drilling your own oil. So you're spending billions, even trillions a year to buy oil that you could produce yourself. While all your cell phones that you're using to record your shit, protesting against green scams, your cell phones are made from petroleum-based products. The hypocrisy is real. You understand? This is exactly where we're at. True story.
There must be someone in charge I can speak with.
Yes, always the same story.
I'm a Christian.
You want in, talk to Captain Ewell.
I'm a Christian. I don't have a denomination. There are no denominations. A denomination in Christianity is like, are you a black left hand and a right hand and a yellow left leg and a brown right leg and a red heart and a rainbow mouth and all that? That's satanic doctrine. There's no division in a body. And it's really not about color. Is your body, well, your body is going to have the same DNA. Imagine if you took a DNA test and you came up black, white, Asian, some kind of Indian, and fucking, I don't know, just whatever. Then who are you? You're nobody. So the body of Christ is the body of Christ. It has one DNA. There is no denomination. There is no division. Even if the left hand doesn't agree with the right, it's still got the same DNA. Now, these are scientific facts. To give you an example, this is just a type that you can follow so that you have some common sense. So asking me what denomination I am shows that you lack the common sense to understand the basic principles of being a Christian. A Christian is part of the body of Christ. That's it. That's all. It's not 18 different colors, and it doesn't have a rainbow flag for a face to pervert the entire world and cause a whole bunch of really bad shit. In fact, all the Christian laws, actually, if you followed them, the world would be a better place. Remember, they took the Christian laws out of our school, and then children started murdering each other. Didn't happen before that. They took Bible study out of schools, and then children started murdering each other. Didn't happen before that. They took the Pledge of Allegiance out of schools, and the children started murdering each other. Didn't happen before that. Then they started introducing Islamic, jihadist, locust, Arabian fucking prayer rugs in schools. And the children started killing each other even more. Didn't happen before that. This is shit you can't ignore. This is history. Ignoring it means you will repeat it, which we're doing. We're repeating this shit. That's a fact. Christian is not that. In fact, that's anti-Christian. Or it's another Christ. Maybe an Islamic Christ that you're actually worshiping in Christian countries to make sure that all of your populace is poor, communist, raped, murdered, sex trafficked, overdosing, and everything else that those motherfuckers bring to the table. Because remember, communists hate food. They don't want to actually live. They want to die across the board. Spiritually, ethically, morally, and even physically. And if they don't like it, then the top 1% murders them, which has happened under every single Russian communist regime, every single Chinese communist regime, every single North Korean communist regime. They murder their citizens by the millions. But the woke people don't tell you that. But that's history, and you're doomed to repeat it if you follow that shit. Not only ignore it, but follow it on purpose, like you're fucking satanically possessed in your head. That's what's going on right now. Can you not see that? If you don't see that, you are blind on purpose. Well, maybe you're not blind on purpose. Maybe you have what God calls the spirit of stupor. Because if you did know better, you would make the wrong choice and you would have to be destroyed at the end of this age going into the millennium. And if you don't know what that means, you don't have any armor or weapons anyway. You're totally screwed. So I would just suggest all y'all just go do some studying and ask some questions and ask God to give you the answers. And he'll take you where you need to go, unless you're incapable of seeing it. And then later, you'll get a chance to see it, what you couldn't see the first time. Anyway, so there you go, man. That's your cheat code. Take it for what it's worth. There is no, I mean, you got old and new. You got pre-Christ and post-Christ. There's no difference. There's no difference. There's literally no difference from Genesis to Revelation. You know, actually, in Genesis, you actually have the beginning of the promise, which is actually fulfilled in Revelation based on the exact same terms. Remember, Abraham didn't do anything religious, and he was justified by faith. Remember the whole Isaac thing, where he wasn't tempted, he was tested. His knowledge was tested, not his morals or ethics. He knew that if he sacrificed Isaac, God would bring him back from the dead as if he never died at all. Abraham knew that. That's knowledge. That's not just believing, that's knowing. The definition of faith is faith comes by hearing, and hearing comes by the word of God. And faith is the substance, something you can actually taste, touch, and feel. Substance of things hoped for. Evidence, something that would actually pass in court. Evidence of things unseen. That's the definition of faith. Faith is knowing. It's not believing. I believe you might pay me back that $5 you owe me. That's faith based on modern denominational terms. Actual faith is, yeah, man, if I hit this light switch, the lights are going to come on because I know electricity works. I don't just believe it. I know it. Repetition, experience, discipline. What did Jesus call his followers? He called them disciples. You know where that word comes from? Discipline. Discipline in what? The scriptures. That's the truth. And then you have everything else. And nothing ever goes contrary to the scriptures. Ever. Ever. That's knowing. Faith is easy when you know. Get it? Anyway. Well, yeah, I mean, well, thanks. I mean, I guess. I guess thanks. I'm not, this isn't my shit. I mean, it actually is my shit because I claimed it. But, I mean, this is just passing along common sense shit from the scriptures. Which is definitely not shit. So, I'm sorry. Sorry for my French. Yeah, sorry for my French. Anyway, this is just common sense stuff. This is basic Christianity. Not getting that means you are woefully unprepared. You have no weapons. You have no armor. And there's a fight coming up that you are woefully unprepared to actually face. Maybe you should try to go get ready. Because I'm telling you, the enemy is at the gates. The locusts are literally taking everything you have as we sit here right now playing a video game. That's a fact. Do something about it. If not for yourself, look at Paul. Paul said, I would rather I be cursed that my brethren might be saved. Why don't you just go ahead and do the manly thing? And if you're a woman, God bless you women that actually understand exactly what we're talking about here. Because I am like my pastor. I believe God himself and even Paul. You women Y'all are just gangster, man. I'm just really gay. I'm not talking about the blue-haired people that love Satan and fucking hate Jesus. But if one of you gets saved, woe unto the blue and purple-haired, nose-ringed, Satan-loving people if one of you gets converted. Because you can call them, quote-unquote, woke bitch right now, but let one of them get converted and get some truth under their belt. Do you understand how gangster they are? Because they love Satan, and they fucking hate everything good, and they love everything evil, and they will get run over by a car to demonstrate their faith in Satan. It's what they'll do. Imagine if they were on your side. Those women are pretty gangsters. So this is respect to the women out there. I mean, when it says man of God, basically you just translate that person of God. But a woman of God, she's just got, I don't know. I think, honestly, the women, man, their pain threshold is just a little bit higher. They can suffer a little bit more, and they can talk a little bit more shit. And they are not scared. They're not scared when men are scared sometimes. So respect where it's due. But all those woke bitches, well, they're just fucking fighting for evil, and it sucks that they're on that side because, yeah, they're pretty gangster about it. They're motivated, if nothing else, to hate everything, every good thing. Anyway. But you convert one of those?
How did your family escape?
Man, if you convert
Everyone who hadn't fled.
My older sister.
Anyway, I don't know. That's between you and God, and that's between me and God. But yeah, any one of them, damn, man,
sister.
That's some gangster shit right there. I'm just saying. Anyway, nah, man, you guys are a blessing, actually, because you're hanging out and we're talking about stuff. Well, I'm talking about stuff which I know to be important. I don't feel it's important. I don't think it's important. Thinking and feelings usually end badly. But knowing something is one way or the other. Well, that allows you to actually put a value on it and say it's good or bad. So, yeah. Appreciate it, though. Definitely appreciate it.
Let us through, you flaming blighter.
Hey, what's up, Nate? What's going on, man?
Then get back on your ship and leave. Kirkwall has no more room for refugees.
The ship's already gone. We've paid good coin to get here.
You and half of Ferelden. There's nothing I can do. The city is full.
You know, there's a blessing right now. And man, I love you guys hanging out on stream, and that's amazing. And I mean, when this stuff comes up, we're gonna talk about it first. Everything else pretty much is secondary. Doing amazing. Anybody who has a question, I can send you towards if you have a question and you don't feel you have time to answer those questions. I get it. 100% get it. So I would send you to, and this is the only place I would send you personally. You can go where you want, obviously, that's your choice. YouTube, what's amazing about YouTube is pretty much you've got 4 or 5 decades of work compiled on YouTube to where you can go ask a question and get an actual honest answer to it. And that would be the Shepherd's Chapel on YouTube. There's no cult shit there. They've been accused of being cult by cults. But they spit facts, so, I mean, you can just judge for yourself. You can discern for yourself. And they'll tell you, just go look this shit up for yourself and go study and go back to the original languages and do all this and that. They'll give you the tools you need. So you're not left just out in the wilderness, just trying to decide, well, this is something I have nothing, I don't know anything about, and I have to decide whether it's right or wrong. That's a really bad place in the wilderness to be when you don't know whether something is right or wrong and you want to believe in something. So the cool thing is, it's line by line, verse by verse, the scripture. It's my pastor, Arnold Murray. And remember, he was one of the frozen chosen Marines in Korea. And he taught God's word line by line, verse by verse, exactly the way the Bible tells you to do it. If somebody doesn't do that for you, they're a wolf. Let's just put it that way. It's just that simple. They probably call themselves a reverend or some kind of other title or whatever, and they want to be reverenced by men and be some kind of religious leader. And, well, the reason I could say God hasn't spoken to them is because they haven't heard a single word that God says, because they can't discern the scriptures for themselves. God decides who can do that. You, me, anybody. And nobody's more important than anybody else. There are no reverends. The only shepherd is Jesus himself, who is God incarnate in the flesh. So, there you go. That's facts. Anyway, go look up whatever topic you want to look into. Just go search it out in YouTube. Such and such, Shepherd's Chapel. And there's probably a video for it. An actual live teaching. Well, I mean live from like 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, right? But an actual live teaching, and it will answer your question. Or it will give you another question to ask, and then you can go look up that question. And you know what? The more time you spend with your Father, the more it gives him joy. And you know what? Actually, if I was your dad and you actually wanted to know me, I'd probably tell you everything you wanted to know about me. And as deep as you want to go, that's what I'll give you. That's also biblical. Your father will not give you a snake when you ask for an egg or a fish. You're not going to get poisoned when you ask the right question for the right reason. You want to know your father, your actual father? The one who knew you millions of years before you were even born into this world right here? Yeah, you want to know that? You can find that. Just go look for it. If you just go look, your father will be overjoyed because this entire world is designed to hide that from you. And it's the biggest blessing you can actually have in life. Better than a job promotion, better than winning the lottery, better than going to Vegas and hitting the grand 3 times in a row, better than fucking finding the girl of your dreams. Although that's a beautiful thing. That's a God-given thing. Hopefully if you're a dude and you find the girl of your dreams, you're actually, well, doing things God's way anyway, and maybe you'll have a child and get even more blessings. That'd be amazing. Anyway, facts are, you go ask the right questions to the right person. Don't ask Satan in the name of Jesus to reveal himself to you. That's not going to end well. Go ask God himself in the name of Jesus, which is actually his name. It's actually Yeshua in the Hebrew, but still, Jesus, that's close enough. He knows who you're talking to. That's his name. Don't call him Frank. Don't call him Satan. Don't call him fucking Muhammad. Don't call him some other bullshit that has nothing to do with the instructions that he gave you to live a fulfilled life. But just go call him Father and or Jesus. Same name. Father is a title. Jesus is a name. If you called your dad, who's named John, if you called him Cliff one day, he'd probably look at you really stupid, right? And then if you called him brother when he's your dad, he'd probably still look at you stupid, right? Well, God's not any different than that. He gave us all this shit as an example. Follow common sense, do the right thing, talk to the right person about the right shit, and he'll give you what you ask for. He's not going to give you a snake when you ask for, a piece of toast in the morning. He's not going to give you a snake to kill you. Satan will. And if you call Satan Jesus, you're going to have problems. this is biblical stuff. This is basic shit. Everybody needs to know this, and it's a shame what percentage of the people hate this. What I'm saying right now, for example, not it has nothing to do with me. I mean, just this is just facts. Why would you hate that? Because, well, you were born that way. You hate this, and you were born that way. But if it rings true, and you were born to hate this, but you actually heard a single word, man, God bless you. Just for showing some common sense and realizing that all this shit is whack right now. And obviously it's not the right way to go. And maybe the pattern has been there all along. For everybody. Man, woman, child, anybody. Anyway, so if you want to study further, I would strongly recommend going and looking up Shepherd's Chapel on YouTube. It's honestly the easiest way. There's a lot of studies there over, I mean, like 50 years is like a long time. 40, 50 years is a long time to create like DVDs and CDs, you know, and stuff like that. But you can just go there and just ask a question and you'll get your answer. If it's what you want to hear, I don't know. But I can guarantee you it's what you need to hear if you just listen. Anyway. Oh, there you go, man. That's oh, apparently this is exactly why we stream tonight. Like literally this right here. That's how I see it. True story.
Surely there's a bit
literally exactly why we're here. Anything I say or do after this point is completely irrelevant.
Meredith's blade far more attractive than any of you.
Anyway,
we've been letting you for
once again, Saul, man, thanks for the support.
Too late.
There's
no more room.
But we've got family here.
I've heard claims like that 1,000 times already. Trust me.
They say the worker is worthy of his hire.
Take you all back to Ferelden eventually. Until then,
cool, man.
You stay here.
And you don't place a value on that. It's like, oh my God, you're worth $1 million. I'm giving you $1 million. No, it's not like that. That's the world's standards. But it's like enough support where you got moved to do that, and then you continued to try to do that, and then you did that, and you know what I'm saying? Like that motive right there. It's just that just kind of exceeds just the motive to support and say, hey man, this is something that needs to be, you know, funded, if you will. Not like a GoFundMe for somebody who fucking actively works against the country and gets $100,000 in 2 days, right? Evil works like that. It's like, why do they prosper when people who aren't evil don't prosper? That's okay. That's answered too. Remember, all those people with all that money, that money doesn't count. Yeah, they're gonna disappear like. Remember, if you spit roast something, the grease that it drops into the fire goes up into smoke. I mean, like, you don't even really have any ash left over. It just goes up into smoke. That's what those people are. So, I'm 100% not jealous. I'm 100% not jealous that I'm not making $1 million a day and selling the fuck out, even like my soul type thing. I'd rather use a platform for the only good thing you can do. Honestly, the only good thing you can do. And everything else is kind of irrelevant. So you actually supported that, bro. And that's pretty gangster in my opinion. You just multiply whatever you did by like 1,000. Yeah. That's what I say. Or fucking 1 million. Whatever. Works for me. I will also say this. This is kind of speaking on my behalf, but humbly, so I'm not, you know, this isn't anything other than stating a fact, is Jesus actually said if you give one of these people a drink of water in my name, and he's talking about times like this, when, you know, you're thirsty, you know, you're trying to do the right thing and the world just fucking hates you for it, and then you find somebody who says, you know, that's my shit right there, and they give you a drink of water, and in his name. Pretty sure I came to you in his name, not anybody else's. I was speaking against pretty much against everybody else's name. The devil himself and anybody who supports that shit, right? He says if you gave them a drink of water in my name, you gave me a drink of water as well. You understand that you don't have to be Christian there. Just honestly, just the effort. I'm doing the right thing for the right reason to somebody who I feel is right. Just like that. And it's like, well, everybody gets donations these days. You got GoFundMes for Satanists. You got, you got this and that. You got blah. It doesn't matter. That's completely irrelevant. The bottom line is, you do the right thing for the right reason. Even if your motives are just something simple. Like, oh man, dude, you recommended an amazing game, and I just want to support you. That motive doesn't come from anywhere. You could easily come onto my stream and you could say, hey man, thanks for the recommendation. Haven't even played the game yet, but I got it, so I'm going to try it out and blah, blah, blah. You didn't have to support me for shit. So why did you? Why did you? I didn't ask you to. I didn't beg for it. I didn't even recommend that you do. I didn't beg for likes. I didn't tell you to subscribe. I didn't do any of this stuff. But all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, you're just like, man, I just want to support you. Yeah. You think that's just accidental, coincidental. Nobody can afford shit these days unless you're one of the elites. And then you're taking everybody else's shit, right? You get shit $20. That's enough to. Well, now thanks to Trump, it's almost enough to fill your tank. It was enough to give you a quarter tank a few years ago, but now it's enough to give you like at least half a tank or whatever, right? You see what I'm saying? And all of a sudden you just out of nowhere just like, I just have to do this, and then you spent the next 45 minutes doing that. That's not accidental. And I'm not saying I'm, anyway, just saying like that's, it'd be crazy after YouTube takes their part of that, and then it comes down to like next month and shit, I still can't go back to work, and like this and that happens and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I need like just a certain amount just to cover like a bill. You know exactly how much that's going to be? It's going to be like literally that exact same amount. Like I've seen this a lot. And then that's not accidental, it's not coincidental. You can't math shit years and years ahead of time. Because nobody foresees shit like that, right? So just acknowledging stuff like that, that's actually pretty cool. That's for you. That's not for me. I already see it. I kind of want you to see it too. Just for you. Right? Anyway.
If you find our uncle, Gamlin Amel, you might just have a few less refugees bothering you.
Gamlin? I know that name.
Shit.
He's a nobleman here
in
the city.
Sorry for what?
Our family has an estate.
Don't ever be sorry for doing a good thing.
The only Gamlin I know is a wizard who couldn't rub two coppers together.
Ever.
He comes back, I'll bring you two.
I mean, it was
but I don't have time
to... Don't ever.
You're gonna let them through?
Apologize for doing the right thing.
We've been here for 4 days. They just got here.
That's it. We're carving our way out of here. Men?
Get ready! Get back!
Beautiful.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Captain, are you all right?
I am, no thanks to you. Where is everyone? Go find them. I want this kept under control. You have my thanks. Look, I can't get you into the city. It's not my decision. But I'll find your uncle and bring him here.
You know, I'm gonna pass along something else. There's multiple locations. But it talks about God's people
It's been 3 days.
taking their
This
jackets
waiting has
that they
to
paid
end.
for
I'm sure it won't be much
and
longer.
laying them down.
Gamlen must still be looking for us.
You know what a gentleman
he's
does
not.
for a lady?
Don't
To usher her
know,
across
but I
like
think
a
that's our
stream
man.
or a ditch or a gutter, right? That has water in it. The man takes his jacket off and lays it down so that the woman might walk across it to show that
Gamlen.
she's all that's important. You know, that's what God's people are accused of doing to their
I wasn't
enemies.
expecting this.
Okay,
Blight,
so
your
like
husband.
God's people, Israel, America,
Figured
Europe,
pretty much be for
Europe and
real
America,
alive.
the descendants of Israel,
Oh, Gamlen.
Caucasians
We came too late.
coming over the Caucasus Mountains
My darling Bethany
from
didn't make it.
over there when we were scattered by Assyria and then later Babylon.
Don't drop this on me here. I don't even
Right?
know if I can help you get
We
in.
lay our jackets that we paid for down and pay for our enemy to come across and then turn into a fucking trans and then fuck us in the ass at our expense. And we pay them to do so. That's essentially what the scripture says. And that's exactly what's happening. So don't be a second-class citizen. If you are a Christian these days, you are not a doormat. If somebody punches you for a religious reason because you offended them and you overloaded their donkey, you can look over it, but you'll be in the spirit at that point. Other than that, if somebody has a real problem with you and your family and your property, knock them the fuck out, execute them because they're trying to kill you or rape you and your children. Be a man of God, not a bitch of Satan. But when it comes to spiritual matters, like when I get banned off of Twitch for saying exactly what I'm saying right now, I can turn the other cheek. That's fine. I know why you're doing it, because you're confused. Okay, cool. Outside of that, you are not a second-class citizen. You are not a doormat. You are a Christian. You are a first-class citizen in a Christian nation. And if you're not in a Christian nation, you're more than a first-class citizen because you're the most gangster motherfucker on the planet because people are trying to actively kill you if you live there. They'll jail you in the UK, and they might jail you in the US for being Christian, a real Christian. They'll kill you everywhere else. True story? True story. All right, man. Oh, yeah, I should be on tomorrow night. Man. Anyway, thanks for the support, and good talk, man, and thanks for bringing all of that up. Whether you did it directly or indirectly, it's what really matters, right? So, God bless you too, man, and you take care. Have a good day at work. God bless you and your family. I hope you hear some good news from somebody else. Yeah. All right. I'm in, man. Good deal.
Would it help if I said you were my favorite uncle?
It'd make me feel better, but that's about it. I was hoping to grease some palms, but the Knight Commander's been cracking down. We're gonna need more grease.
But what about the estate? Surely Father left something when he died?
Right, about the estate. It's, gone. To settle a debt. I've been meaning to write you.
Then there's no hope.
Not quite. I know some people who might help. If you're not too delicate about the company you keep.
Let's hear it, Uncle. What do you have in mind?
I talked to my contacts, and I found some people who might be willing to pay your way into the city. The catch is, you and your brother will have to work off the debt. For a year.
A year?
It's the best I could do.
And I wish...
I say a bunch of refugees won't get a better option anywhere else.
Honestly, had we played more and talked less, well, we wouldn't have accomplished anything, but to be honest, I would like to get to the point where we actually have, like, blood magic unlocked and see if we can incorporate that earlier than later. It's kind of like a balance between the whole primal and elemental trees, to be honest. I think we might ignore the primal tree entirely and go with the force tree and the blood magic tree. I don't know if we got enough hotkeys to actually to handle all that shit. But that's a lot of stagger combos, man. That's a lot of stagger combos. That's a lot of stagger combos. For real.
I managed to convince my contacts to come to the gallows to meet you
No shit.
personally. Mirren heads up the mercenary company, the Red Iron. They're looking for recruits. Thenril, I guess you might call her a smuggler. Either one of them can help you. All you need to do is find them in the courtyard and convince them you're worth the trouble.
Let's find them and see what they have to say.
Oh, Gamlen, I don't know about this.
It's a lot of coin, Leandra. Don't go expecting our name to carry the kind of weight it used to.
And what of me? I will not allow others to incur debts on my behalf.
Can't see that it makes a difference. You look like a lady who can pull her own weight.
Then you'll come with us.
I have no real option. Thank you.
They say chivalry is dead, but if you're a person with chivalry, maybe the concept of it is dead in general. But if you have any chivalry, if you're a gentleman at all, it's not dead. It's still alive in you, even if you're the only one. Well, that leads to being a little bit arrogant. You're probably not the only one, but damn it, keeping once again, that's where disciple comes from. It's discipline. Men and women knowing how to treat men and women, regardless. If you're part of the same body, if you kill that part of the body, you might die too. Seems pretty stupid, right? There you go. Remember, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Don't fight against yourself. But fighting openly against everybody else, well, it just kills the bad guys. Remember, we're gamers too, right? If you're a Christian gamer, then you really understand this. If you got enough DPS, they can't kill you because they're dead. That's a Christian. That's also a Marine, a Navy SEAL, probably SAS, and several other special forces that don't work for Satan. Yeah, fuck the Spetsnaz. They work for communists. They can all die in a fire. Unless they want to just switch teams and come work for the good guys for once. Okay, I'm totally cool with that. Yeah, either way. Yeah. If you got chivalry, chivalry is not dead. Even if it is dead, but you got it, well, I guess it's not dead because you're not dead. Maybe it dies with you. Okay, whatever. Other than that, fuck you, man. Just because I got it and nobody else does, doesn't mean it's dead. That's a Christian perspective. And that's also an RPG perspective. I'm not going to say gamer perspective, because a lot of gamers love Satan's penis in their buttholes until they bleed to death spiritually. Okay, so yeah, true story. But an RPG gamer that understands the best defense is a good offense. If you got spiritual armor, it's really good if you got a really big sword. And the bigger the sword, the harder you hit. Truth is truth. And you can kill anything with it. Because anything against truth is bad and it should die anyway. Which means you got truth and then you got a lie. You got right and you got wrong. You got good and you got bad. It's really just that simple. It's really just that black and white. It's really just that right and wrong. It's really just that light and dark. And everybody's making the light dark, and everybody's making the dark light, and everybody's saying good is bad, and everybody's saying bad is good, and everybody's a fucking pervert, and if you're not a pervert, they fucking kill you, murder you, like Charlie Kirk. So, yeah, man. If you got a really, really big sword, the truth kills everything, but you have to have the truth, not be a virtue signaler. Like all those people claiming to be conservative, claiming to care about Charlie Kirk, claiming to be Christians, claiming to be conservatives, claiming to be this and claiming to be that. Honestly, we've uncovered a shit ton of sex traffickers, murderers, fraudsters, illegals, and everything else. Where are the arrests? Where is the right making the wrong accountable? You don't see it. You don't see it. Tim Waltz was actually able to foster insurrection, which is actually inciting civil war inside of America. And he got away with it. And nobody's going to be indicted and nobody's going to be imprisoned until after the midterms because elections are involved. Y'all understand what's going on here, right? I'm just speaking as American. Y'all see this same kind of scandalous Satanism in the UK and in anywhere else. And it's just even worse in your third world shitholes and your fucking communist countries. Y'all don't even have a voice. And yeah, if you're a Christian there, you're the most gangster motherfucker on the face of the planet. And anybody in a communist country being an actual Christian, I would say if one of us was going to step on the podium for being right, I'd step down. I would just say, let you have it. I would literally just be destroyed, body and soul, and let you have it just because you're that gangster. That's a reality. I hope Sonya got that word before being corrupted by people who sabotaged me on Twitch. I hope she got that word. Anyway, if you know what I'm if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If not, then doesn't matter. That went out, and I hope she actually gets it, one way or another. God bless her. I just anyway. Anyway, a big sword is a really good defense. If you got a lot of truth, you can kill a lot of bad shit. It's an RPG mentality. Not a ninja mentality, an RPG mentality. And it's a Christian mentality. If they can't kill you if they're dead, you destroy their lie with the truth, and you have it, and you can do it with such class and such poise that you're like Havel in Dark Souls with the big ass dragon tooth Dragon Truth. Not even the Dragon Tooth. It's the Dragon Truth. Oh my God, we have to play a Havel playthrough, and just the Dragon Truth is the Dragon Truth. Oh my God, we actually have to do that. All right, hold on a second. I gotta write that down. We're actually, well, I'm not promising, but I think we really should do that. Havel Dragon Truth build. Wow, that's just so fucking Christian that I can't really think of anything else. The Dragon Truth build. Really? Huh. Dragon Truth. Just like a max offense. Friggin' stupid. Hey, what's up, Maniac? Maniac Zombie. How do I address you?
Are you Athenril?
You must be Gamlen's niece.
What do I say to you to keep you from going berserk? Oh, what's going on, man?
How much exactly?
Enough to pique our interest, provided you can justify your uncle's confidence.
Tell me what you need done.
There's a merchant named Cavril, friend of the Templars, so they let him set up his little shop here in the Gallows. We supplied him in return for a piece of the take, but now he won't pay up. We can't go near him without him screaming for the guard, but you can. Get our money from him and you're in.
Excuse me. Nice. Well, I'm gonna go get your money from him. Then it's gonna be my money. And yeah.
Hey there! What are you doing with that?
Back away from it, friend.
I'm good, man.
Now.
I'm gonna go get her money, and then it's gonna be my money.
Doing, isn't it? You can tell that
Oh yeah,
bitch I'm going
totally.
straight to the guard again.
The sex trafficking, slaver, smuggler, whatever. Oh, absolutely. Totally her doing.
Make me an offer, and I'll consider leaving you alone.
But I will take her money and make it my money.
I can't get you lot into the
Sounds
city.
good to me, right?
That's more coin than I even owe. But I'll give you a share. You
Early
take
morning?
it,
Let's see.
you walk away and don't bother us again.
Let's see. Early morning. You in the UK? Right? Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. Those physical damage staffs, why are they there? Like, there's literally a leveled version of that in all 3 acts. Why? Like how is that? I honestly, I really believe it's just probably a small buff for a blood mage. It's probably a small buff for a blood mage. I think the actual blood mage that you're chasing, what's his name, Sketchy or whatever, I think he gives you a physical staff. It's a piece of shit, but it kind of like tells you something. He's a fucking blood mage. But Leliana is chasing him for some reason because he knows something about her that she doesn't want him to know. Like that type of thing, Sketchy, right? But I think that's a physical staff too. It's definitely blood mage related. Now, let's just say you were a force, blood, primal mage, and you had Stone Fist, and you had Fist of the Maker, and you had Hemorrhage. And your staff actually buffed all of that shit. That would be significantly advantageous to you. But everything else would just be kind of mediocre. Although I don't think those actual talents, those abilities, actually affect your like basic attacks. You're just talking about specifically buffing a certain ability, and that's it. Which, I mean, it's honestly, it's probably like 51-49, 49-51 balance, like 50-50, whatever. Only if you play it just right. Like that's what it sounds like to me. But I don't know, man.
Who wouldn't that
Well,
work for?
We'll go
Boss,
look
you
at some
need to
shit
stop
that
giving in to these.
might make you
Another
like
losing deal when I
think
see
about
one.
that again.
Take what's in the chest. Now, I'm gonna go deal with this once and for all.
Not really Stone Fist, but all right, so we don't have our specialist abilities. But remember, you got Stone Fist, which is physical damage. So if your staff buffs that, that's something. But remember, okay, I don't have it here, but if I could show you Force Mage, Fist of the Maker is physical damage. And it's also a detonator on combos. So with staggers, it's a detonator and it's physical damage. And then you've got Hemorrhage, which is the strongest spell you have. Period. Like that's it. That's all. And it's like it's an AOE like as big as a lightning storm. So like you can just do anything. And anybody staggered in there, it's going to take like 5x critical damage if you hit a crit. So like it's just stupid. And the Fist of the Maker is like kind of the same, but you can use it like almost 3 times as often. And then you got Stone Fist too, and those are all physical damage. Well, at least I think Fist of the Maker's physical damage. Anyway, so just you can like triple dip into that bonus, that benefit, without actual elemental weapons. So anyway, but I personally I never just ran a physical mage. Honestly, even with Hemorrhage, it might not actually be Blood Mage. It might like just be like a force elemental type mage that just use that shit just like often, quick and often, right? But I think Blood Mage would make more sense because that's Hemorrhage is physical damage too, and it ignores armor, and it ignores all resistances. It's like pure damage, and then you buff that with a physical staff. I just don't know how it buffs. Like what? So if I'm using a Frost Staff and I'm using like Winter's Grasp, does Winter's Grasp hit even harder? Meaning that if I use like a Spirit Staff and I use Winter's Grasp, does it still hit just as hard? Or is it less? So if you're talking about your physical skills being augmented by your physical staff, there's definitely something to that. You have to be playing like pure Blood Mage, which I am doing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me go refill. Oh, the Fable reveal came out? No. I was actually wanting to see. I'm guessing it's on YouTube, right? Xbox? Yeah, I know there was an Xbox thing. It was supposed to include Fable, and supposedly, possibly a reveal of the Fallout 3 remaster. Don't know if they did that. But Fable, man, I'm down. I'm down with the Fable. But I mean, based on the trailer I saw a couple of years ago, it was so fucking woke. Like, I mean, it was that salt and pepper fucking all the woke virtue signaling. It was Disney Plus. Disney Plus. It's exactly what I saw. And I'm like, why, man? Just fucking why, though? Dude, the original Fable was, like, really offensive, actually. It was like, catch STDs and do whatever. I guess it was kind of woke before woke was woke, too, I guess. I mean, to be honest. Anyway. Now, I'll go look at it, though. If you say Xbox reveal. All right, I'll go look at it. I'm actually curious. Because I've been following that for, like, forever. And it was like, we're going to do a Fable on the Unreal Engine, and then all their... Yeah, a lot of work has been put into it. Like, you're talking, like, over 10 years of work have been put into it. That motherfucker has been scrapped, like, 5 times. But remember, Failguard was scrapped 4 or 5 times. And the final result was to get just the right woke shit in there to make sure that the majority of gamers would see that for the satanic fucking evil garbage that it fucking is, and just make that shit the piece of shit that it was developed to be. After you gave us Anthem and Andromeda and never... I don't know, Andromeda wouldn't have been bad if you'd have continued with it, but whatever. So, I mean, I don't know. Is it still Microsoft? You know what? I'll go look at it. I mean, Fable was Microsoft Studios, man. And, was it Lionsgate or Lionsguard or Lions something? Lion Studios? That's who controlled the first 2, and then they went just straight woke with fucking Fable 3, which was the worst piece of shit that ever... just fucking terrible. I mean, it was below mediocre, but based on the Fable franchise and what they should have done, it was worse than terrible. So, there you go. That's what I'll say to that. Yeah, yeah. The crazy thing is if the trailer is convincing enough, I'll go buy it. I really will. What I'm really interested in is the two things. Did they show the what is it? Fate of the Old Republic? I mean, I'll go find out for myself. But I just like to talk to you about it. Star Wars: Fate of the Old Republic is supposed to be like the Old Republic thing, but like modern and just kind of like carrying on. Like just taking it to another level, but going like modern. And yeah, I was kind of curious about that. If they didn't say anything about that, that's weird. Because that was like the most promising thing that I actually heard of. And then there's a new Divinity game. And I'm kind of curious if they, you know what, actually, I'm going to go look at it. Does it? Does it really? So like that is that a thing? All right, so I'm going to go look at that. That should have been on the Xbox reveal too. If it wasn't, I'd be kind of curious. But anyway, I'm really interested in that. Yeah, Fate of the Old Republic is something I really... So the Knights of the Old Republic... So I'm guessing Fate of the Old Republic is later, like in the storyline type thing. But if they take some really good animations, really good graphics, and a really good RPG co-op slash Destiny level, not MMO, but okay, you could say MMO. You could say you got massive multiplayer online, and then you got minimal multiplayer online, right? Like that would totally be legit. Even if you wanted like PvP and shit like that, minimal multiplayer online, matchmaking done on the fly. Look, honestly, modern hardware, modern software, modern engines, modern like connectivity and all that, you could deal with that shit in microseconds. Not milliseconds, but microseconds now. So there's no excuse not to actually make that available. If you want to make that a thing. I'm not familiar with Knights of the Old Republic. I just know that it looks so dated. It was as bad, if not worse, than Morrowind. And I didn't have any desire to play that, but everybody said, hey man, it's fucking amazing for what it is. I agree. If you're in dial-up or fucking Xbox GameCube or PS1 or, you know, something like that, okay, cool. But when I went to look at it, I'm like, man, it'd be hard to stomach this shit. You got 2 or 3 animations that you can count on for combat to where you got 1 or 2 skills that are actually relevant, and your build probably doesn't matter so much. I mean, the story might be great and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Give me Unreal Engine version of this with actual animations on a Dragon Age 2 scale where you can actually fucking whip some fucking ass. Like at 1,000 miles an hour with lightsabers and dual lights. I don't give a fuck what, you know, just give me that. And I'm totally down with that. Just make it to where you can make a build. Just like Harry Potter. Like Hogwarts Legacy build caliber. It doesn't have to be Grim Dawn. Just give me Hogwarts Legacy build caliber and give me something that's visually and aesthetically as pleasing as that. I am so fucking down with that. I am so down with that. And dude, I will go back and I will even look into the shit that I missed to see why I'm not getting more out of the game than I'm actually getting out of the game. That's where I'm down. But if you don't check off those boxes, I don't have any interest in that shit whatsoever. It's just more woke fucking Horizon Zero Dawn bullshit that's pretending to be an RPG, but it's not, and it's just fucking, they can just go fuck themselves. I'm telling you exactly where I stand on that. That specific title. We'll see what happens. But yeah, man, the Fable thing. I mean, the original Fable, well, at least Fable 2, that was pretty open world. I mean, no, it was like semi open world. It was cellular. It was cellular, right? Yeah, there was cells connected to cells connected to cells. There was some open areas, kind of like Dragon Age Origins or Dragon Age 2, honestly, the same way. But not really just like open world. Interesting. Well, if you're going to open up Fable like that and give me an open world to work in, now if it's just a single map, I think I'm probably down with that. Especially if you give us meaningful questing that naturally carries us through the map. Like Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Skyrim didn't give you any questing that gave you anything except just, you need to put some mods in this so that your boobies jiggle and you got a big fluffy vagina or a big ass dick, because other than that, this game offers you nothing. So if it's a Skyrim wannabe, it's gonna fucking suck. But if it's a truly open map where you actually have, like, you know, you got some side areas you can go to, but you don't have to, right? You know, like actual like questing and progressing you through the story. And I'd really be curious to what they actually do with that. Because there's a way to do it right, and then you got everything else. Now, if you actually make an RPG in a Bethesda fashion, but it's an actual RPG, you know, like Fallout 3, Oblivion, Morrowind. Okay, cool. But if you make it Fallout 4 or Skyrim, then go ahead and fucking fuck yourself, and you can't pay me to play that game. That's what I would say to that. So that's a slippery slope right there nowadays, because I don't think developers should be trusted to try to do something right that has been proven to be wrong. I got another version of No Man's Sky called Starfield, so you should play it. Who the fuck is doing that? True story?
For the last time, get out.
What for? We haven't done anything.
We know damned well what you've been up to. Now go.
I see. Have it your way then.
Apparently, the vibe that I got was the fate of the Old Republic was like the Knights of the Old Republic that BioWare wasn't willing to remaster, even though they promised it for like over a decade. They weren't willing to remaster it because there was something in there that was politically insensitive to satanic people. In other words, if you're woke, there was something in there that would offend you. What doesn't offend woke people, right? And something discriminatory to the people that are raping your children and murdering your families and taking all your tax money and smuggling that shit out under the watchful eye of the government that made all that shit happen, and they spent your tax dollars to actually do it. So something that offended that fucking corrupt system is the reason they never remastered it in the first place, along with Jade Empire. I wanted a fucking kung fu flick. I really wanted a kung fu remaster. Give me some kung fu fucking Kingdoms of Amalur quality animations and let me play a fucking kung fu RPG where my dojo is attacked and goddammit, I'm just gonna go kill everybody, because go fuck yourself. That'd be the most gangster shit ever. They wouldn't do it because there was one line in the dialogue instead of just not including that one line. They just wouldn't remaster the entire project because that one line was insensitive. It probably said something that was true about the characteristic of an entire culture or race of people, and it offended them because it was true. Remember, woke, Satan, anything that's true, they hate. It's not a stereotype if it's true. They hate that too. And if you're a racist, you're okay. But if you're a white person that has a problem with people being racist against you, then you're a racist. Remember, that's the criteria that everything has to pass. With MSNBC, with BioWare, with pretty much anything. Modern politics, even a lot of conservatives. Because they're just fucking brainwashed and they've taken Satan's stick in their asshole, and Satan's stick is a cactus, and all those thorns on the cactus stick were covered with cyanide, spiritual cyanide, to fucking kill you and not allow you to think for yourself anymore, because now you're a fucking woke zombie. Am I wrong? That was a rhetorical question. No, I'm not wrong. And if you think I'm wrong, you're what's wrong. Anyway. So yeah, man, we didn't get any of that, but apparently it's an entirely new studio. I don't see how you really get away with taking the franchise from BioWare/EA without a problem. And if BioWare is actually making the game, I will not play it. I will not play it. Whatever they promise is going to be a lie because they're fucking woke. They're literally Satan's asshole taking a shit in your face. And if you swallow that shit, you're swallowing Satan's diarrhea in your mouth. So yeah, if BioWare is making that, it's dead to me. I won't even look at it twice. You show me Ubisoft or BioWare or Bethesda Studios on anything, I won't play it. I will not play it.
Mirren?
And you must be whole.
That shit is self-cursed. Nice. I'm not cursing it. It cursed itself. I'm just acknowledging it.
He better not be
I'm acknowledging the self-curse. I don't want to touch it. And I will not touch it. Anyway.
I'm ready to prove myself.
But we'll go check that out.
Friedrich is here in the gallows.
Actually, as soon as we're done with the stream, probably when we get to
almost killed my men.
Gamlin's house.
Now he's hiding out here, waiting for a ship. He sees us coming.
I don't know. We can do some stuff here.
But he doesn't.
We can do some stuff.
Go kill him and his men. We'll make sure no one asked why.
It's cold, so nobody here's immune to that. I don't know. I've actually killed these assholes right here, right now. I've actually done that. All right, let me go ahead and reactivate this just in case. Nice.
Who are these people? I demand to know.
I saw them talking to Mirren.
Mirren? You blithering idiot. Why didn't you say something sooner? Don't just stand there. Kill them!
I knew this would happen.
How about you? It's gonna kill me. one's alive!
Maker, have mercy!
Shit. Well, at least we got our health potion back, but we have to spend 2 of these. Let's see. I got 1. Well, maybe we got... Okay, maybe we got another. It's possible we got 1 more. Maybe? Maybe? Injury kit? Be awesome. Nope. Got another silver piece, though. That's cool, I guess. Nice. Beautiful. Well, I mean, whatever.
Dead and buried. Well, dead.
Good.
Do I like any of them? Yeah, I do. Yeah, From Software. Demon Souls.
I'm telling you, I love this guy.
Dark Souls.
Welcome to the Red Iron.
That's it.
Tell your uncle I'm making
Everything else is garbage.
now.
Everything else is overinflated fluff. Just to entertain the mindless. Yeah. Got nothing for any of that. But yeah, Demon Souls, Dark Souls. Sure. Works of art, man. Just absolute works of art. But they tried to milk a fucking cow after it was dead and then resurrected it where the milk was poison. And then they tried to fucking milk it even more until it was dead again. And they can't resurrect that shit, so they're trying to just add pasture to a fucking dead cow that you can't milk anymore. It's exactly what From Software is. Prove me wrong.
Any luck?
Was there ever any doubt?
I'll speak to Mirren and see when the bride...
Hell, even the Dark Souls remasters was an abomination.
I guess we did it.
It took away everything that made Dark Souls great.
At least for a while.
Like, they literally shit in their own fucking mouth and then sold it to us. So bad, man. So fucking bad.
No more running for our lives unless we really...
So sad, man. So
If
sad.
only Bethany were here with us.
And Wesley.
So sad.
Well, we're off to a fantastic start. Let's see what else this
Yeah,
city...
and to force you to take a woke version of their game, they just canceled the servers for the original. God, I'd have played that forever.
Thus began the
But
champions
the
first
remaster
reign.
was the worst fucking piece of shit ever.
Word arrived from across
You couldn't
the
even
sea that
earn
the hero
anything in the
from Elden
game.
had defeated the Blight.
God damn. Honestly, Dark Souls 2 was better than the Dark Souls remaster.
Was destroyed.
And Dark Souls 2 was a
Kirkwall
piece of
was
shit.
the champion's home now.
It was the opposite of Dark Souls.
So she made
And then
enemies,
Dark Souls Remaster
settling her
was
debt
even
with the
more
mercenaries.
the opposite of Dark Souls. Somehow. How do you
year,
fuck that up?
That's when the Kunari landed.
Woke ass fucking
Great storm
trophies
caught
for
their ship and hundreds
participation
of warriors
for everybody
stranded in the
involved.
city, waiting to return home.
So fucking garbage woke, satanic,
Also,
Islamic,
trouble began
fucking
with the
pathetic.
Mages. The
Everything
Templars
that's wrong in the
had
world.
become very powerful.
There you go, man.
Under Knight
It takes
Commander
everything you
Nathaniel.
have.
But
This is like
most importantly,
Locust
when I first met the
Islamic version of Dark Souls. Stealing everything. What do locusts do? They take the fucking bark off the trees. They'll take everything out of your bank account without using your ATM. That's anything after Dark Souls. Taking the bark off your fucking tree. While you're not looking because you're fucking blind as fuck. And you're dumbed down by woke ass ideology with Hollywood, your politicians, your preachers, your professors, teachers, your whatever. Yeah.
No. Andraste's tits, human.
Fucking horrible,
you know how many
man.
people want to hire onto this expedition?
So bad, man. So bad.
Look, we know you're going into the deep roads. You'll need to hire the
But the
best.
original Dark
And we're-
Souls.
No. You're too late.
You know, had the original Dark Souls
from this trip could
come
fix
out
everything.
a day after Skyrim instead of the same day as Skyrim, it would have been woke as fuck, and you could have a bonfire.
I don't care if you tore the horns off an ogre with your
from the
bare
bonfire that you just spawned at.
Understand.
You would have 3 times as many bonfires, and you would be apologized to while you think you're being a gangster playing a game that's so fucking woke and so fucking accessible that somebody playing Mario Kart has more challenge than you actually have playing the game, which is Dark Souls 2. Had it come out one day after Skyrim, that's what Dark Souls would have been. Thank God it came out the same day as Skyrim, technically 1 minute before Skyrim. And it wasn't just everything that embodies woke, Satanist, fucking evil-embracing, communist-loving, freedom-hating motherfuckers who live in a free world and use that as a platform to hate freedom, to make sure that freedom doesn't exist anymore, and then complain about it and blame you for it. There you go. That's From Software after Dark Souls. Yeah, I can't put it any clearer than that, man. True story.
I'm in charge. You do what I say.
Right, sister.
My brother can be a fool, but he's right about this. We are what you need.
You're looking for a quick way out of the slums, right? You and every other Ferelden in this dump. Find another meal ticket.
Well, back to waiting for someone to turn us in.
Too many refugees disappear for you to threaten people who can help us.
Refugees disappear.
I know. I just... How
Wait,
long do we
wait, hold
work
on,
for
hold on a
scum who
second.
Don't want us around?
Immigrants.
We need coin.
Hold on,
Stick to
hold on.
Something we can shove in that dwarf's face and keep people off our backs. And all I can think of is Uncle
Hold on a
Gamlin.
Immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers. Too many disappear. In other words, all the little boys and little girls who are trafficked to liberal Democrat elites to molest, abuse, torture, possibly eat like cannibals, and throw away into the trash can because they can't be recorded or registered, like the Epstein files. You want to know why the Epstein files aren't being released? Because the Democrats have one last hope, and it's called the midterms, to try to maintain some kind of something. But every single one of their fucking names is on that list. People who ate, molested, tortured, murdered, snuff filmed, and executed little boys and little girls, both underage and of age, on that island, because this is what they do. They have too much money. They're taking all of your tax dollars. They're millionaires and billionaires. These are Satanists that have corrupted your fucking voting system to the point that they put themselves in a certain place. And everybody snubbing their nose at this shit are the ones hiding this shit. Remember, it was a Democrat judge that refuses to allow this shit to be released until after the midterms. And then you're supposed to forget about it because you're a fucking woke-ass fucking zombie Nazi that fucking hates Trump, calling him a Nazi. You fucking hypocrite, you piece of shit. You know what the word hypocrite, you know what it actually means? From the Greek word hypocrisia? It means act on a stage. Politicians, musicians, Hollywood actors, lawyers, bankers, world bankers, George Soros, who is a fucking Kenite calling itself a Jew, who falsified Christian papers during World War II to survive and run the world economy? Huh, that's what a Kenite sounds like. A son of Cain. Who was Cain? The one who killed Abel. Who were the Kenites? The ones who murdered Jesus. Who are the Kenites today? The ones writing your rules, orchestrating all this bullshit that you're actually seeing. That's the key of David, by the way, if you're a Bible scholar. That's the key of David, understanding that. Revelation 2:8, 3:8, those who call themselves Jews, but they're not, they're the synagogue of Satan. You have Jews. You have Semitic people. From Shem eventually came Israel. And Judah is one of 12, actually 13, 12 and a half tribes of Israel. Because we're so fucked up that one of those tribes had to be replaced by another. To keep up the 12 stars that Satan has been attacking before we were ever even born. So, those calling themselves Jews, but they're not. If you hate the motherfuckers that are controlling the world in an evil way, calling themselves Jews, it doesn't mean they're a Jew. A Jew is somebody of Judah, mainly somebody of Israel. You know who Israel is? Well, you have some people of Judah and some people of Levi in Israel right now. Israel, the actual nation Israel. The sovereign nation since 1948. The fig tree planted back in Israel for the first time since forever. You have those of Judah. You ever seen an Israelite woman? Damn, they look like, a lot like a European woman. Damn, they look like a lot like an American woman. And when I mean America, I mean Caucasian American people. Why? Because we're all the same race. Take some DNA tests and prove me right. Then you have those that call themselves Jews bobbing their heads up against a fucking Wailing Wall that's not going to stand and writing the fucking rules in banks and world commerce and world politics and funding terrorists and actually being the people that we pay billions to give us oil that we could actually drill for that oil ourselves. Why don't we? Because of green scams. What's the green scam? It's something written by a Kenite, a son of Cain. The same people that murdered Jesus, the same people claiming to be Jews. Nowadays, no, they're not. The Schultz-Berm bomb wits, Schultz-Krieg Berm wits, bullshit. Oh, man. No, those of Judah, you see them. Guess what? Those of Judah were actually attacked by those claiming to be Jews or claiming to have rights to Judaism, at least locusts, commanded by Kenites to attack Israel on October 10th? Some years ago? And they raped and murdered and molested and perverted and did everything that those locusts do. Everything those pedo, fucking rapist, pig-worshipping pieces of fucking shit do. They did everything then. It's what they always do. It's what they've always done. God said to get rid of them with the Philistines. It's called Palestine now. And now the woke, satanic, directed people are actually sympathizing with those fucking rapist, pedo, fucking murdering terrorists. Supported by your oil dollars sent to the Kenites to fund all this shit and make sure that your entire country is overrun. Is that too much truth in one sentence? Good. Anyway, there you go, man. That's fucking a biblical world history lesson just in 5 minutes? Pretty cool, right? Anyway.
Catch more flies with honey. But Gamlen's bullshit could work too.
Well, you did get us into the city, right? What else can we do? We're losing ground, and I don't fancy waking up in the gallows.
Nice.
Hey!
I knew a guy once who could take every coin out of your pockets just by smiling at you. But you don't have the style to work Hightown, let alone the Merchants Guild. You might want to find yourself a new line of work. Off you go.
How do you do? Varric Tethras, at your service.
I apologize for Bartrand. He wouldn't know an opportunity if it hit him square in the jaw.
But you would.
I would. What my brother doesn't realize is that we need someone like you. He would never admit it either. He's too proud. I, however, am quite practical.
Actually, that's a really good question. Why isn't George Soros paying off the debts of all of the poor in the world? Because he could do that like literally 100 times over. Why isn't he? Because his daddy, Satan himself, like George Soros is literally the biological fucking offspring of Satan himself through Eve and descended from Cain. Why won't you pay off the debts of all the people in the world that you control? Because you made all those people poor in the first place. And this is how it's supposed to go, so your daddy can come in as a supernatural being and pay off everybody's debts. You guys are actually going to see this. Dude, you're crazy. Why are you talking like that? That's fine. Say what you want. You're actually going to see it. Crazy, right? Well, the world's never seen it before. Not the world we're in now. Even with fucking AI and computer graphics and this and that, blah, blah, blah. You ain't seen no shit like this. It's going to overwhelm you. It's going to, like, spiritually snuff you out. And George Soros is just setting the stage. That's the only obvious Kenite that I can actually point to. Does it really matter? I mean, it matters for you. Does it really matter in the scheme of things? Oh no, that motherfucker's already lost. I read the last page of the book. I win, they lose. I get that. I'm just pointing it out so that maybe you don't jump in his boat, which is a sinking ship full of billions and trillions of tons of gold, but it's not worth anything. Maybe. Just maybe. Maybe you'll just not do that. Give me a second. I gotta post this shit, man. While it's on the top of my head, I gotta post it. I mean, if God gives you something and you waste it, if you hide it under a bushel, it's gonna catch fire. Remember, if you hide a lantern, back in the day, if you hide a lantern under a bushel to hide it, the entire bushel catch fire. You might catch fire, and the entire house catches fire. In other words, God's truth is going to go forth, and if you're not down with it, then you should probably burn up with the house too, because you're just a worthless piece of shit. If a salt has lost its saltiness, what is it good for? Imagine pouring salt on your food, but it has no saltiness. It's like pouring sand on your food. You ever experienced anything more annoying than eating something that has sand in it? You ever eaten a steak you cooked at the beach when the wind was blowing? Dude, it's the worst fucking thing ever. If a salt has lost its savor, you're just gritting God's teeth. You're not worth anything. So, if you got a little bit of light, shine it. And if nobody likes it, whatever. They didn't like Jesus to the point that they murdered him. Who murdered him? George Soros's ancestors murdered Jesus. Yeah, it was a while back, but that happened. So there you go. calling yourself a Jew, but you're not. You're of literally Satan's fucking own house. True story. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and post this. Yeah, I can't be any more clear than that. Yeah, if you guys want to see exactly what I'm talking about, just go look at my post on Twitter, like just now. Like I couldn't say that any more simply. And honestly, the only way you actually see that, if you're actually a Bible scholar, that's the only way you could actually get it. Which is crazy because everybody's been told that good is evil and that evil is good. So almost nobody would understand that these days, which is on purpose. I mean, it's like a big smoke screen. Like smoke came out of the bottomless pit and it fucking blotted out the sun. The only source of light you actually have, if you don't have any candles for yourself, you rely on the sun. Well, if the sun is blotted out and it's nighttime, you're in the fucking dark. And if you don't have a light, remember Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the light. I am the word. I am the truth, and everything else is just darkness. If you don't have that, you're fucked. Man, that is so pure. That is so pure. Seriously, that is...
There must be some way to
that's
persuade your
pure.
brother to hire us on.
We don't need another.
That is 101% pharmaceutical grade truth, man.
The truth is, Bartran's
And it actually gets more prevalent as we go along. The darker the worlds get, the more these words actually mean, like literally, like just in your face. You can't deny them. It is just truth that you can't deny. It's not to persuade you one way or another. It's like truth. Do you see it or don't you? Your choice. It's always about choice. Funny is Satan perverted your free will. And if you had free will, he snuffed it and murdered you for it with communist parties in China, Russia especially. And the Christians have been fighting against it forever and been embattled because they fought against it. While the people parasiting off of Christian liberties have been promoting communism in Christian nations to make sure that everybody else suffers equally and everybody comes under death. Satan is death. Communism is death. Everybody knows this, but you're not allowed to say it. But you have to spend your tax dollars to support it in your own Christian borders. Dude, this is so sick. Dude, this is like the great conspiracy since forever. Look, the first Earth Age was destroyed, along with the dinosaurs and everything else that's evidence that it actually existed, for this exact same reason that you guys are trying very hard to be destroyed for the exact same shit. Well, not you guys. I mean, maybe you're not trying very hard to be destroyed. But if you don't understand what I'm saying, you're trying very hard to be destroyed. You and your family, and your loved ones, your children, your parents, your brother, your sister. Yeah, like that's an actual thing. Dude, like this. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? If you still don't get it, dude, are you intentionally stupid? That's what I would ask. Are you intentionally stupid?
Like
Question
how
mark.
I'm supposed to get that much coin together.
You need to think big. There's only a brief window after a blight when the deep road
Crazy.
won't be crawling with darkspawn.
Crazy.
The treasure you find down
Seriously
there
crazy.
could set you and your family up for life.
Come on. The dwarf makes
I mean,
sense.
I get it.
No offense. Look, you started this.
I
and
was
it's a
there
good
too.
idea.
I was there too.
Certainly better than ending up in the gallows.
Can't point a finger.
We work together.
Can't point one finger at you unless pointing three fingers at myself. True story. Can't do that. So.
It's not like I had anything better planned.
You notice we're talking to Varric here, and we're getting the Orzammar theme in the background.
Sure, easy. But maybe Aveline's got some bounties out. She joined the city guard, right?
We should talk privately when you get the chance. In the Hanged Man, maybe. I'll be there when I'm not with you. Now, let's go see what trouble we can stir up. Ah, Hightown, where the rich go to pit.
Wow, that's something the Xbox One did too. It cut off Varric. I swore that was like a glitch. I'm like, oh my god, this is like nerfing my entire playthrough right here, right?
To Antiva.
Hawk, long time no see, my friend.
Well, if it isn't worthy, the dwarf with the incredibly ironic name.
I only advertise the truth. You still with the Red Iron? It was just a year you were with them, right?
Still trying to ferret out everyone's business, I see.
Of course. How else do you expect a dwarf to make a living? I'll tell you what. I still have my old contacts. You need some rune crafting done, I can arrange it for you. Take care, Hawk. Don't get dead.
You know, Junior, it's eerie. There is between you two.
Of course there's a resemblance.
People thought I meant Hawk. I was talking about gambling.
Eric hates Carver. Varric, like, literally, like, I mean, you can't disrespect anything more than Varric disrespects Carver. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get, Aveline here. We're gonna have a bunch of stuff to do, but I'm not gonna do it tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. Hopefully this build plays out and it's like actually cool. If not, then well, it wasn't for lack of trying. I'm gonna put my ass into it though. I'm actually gonna like think about this shit and take all the stuff in the right order.
Aveline.
Hello, Hawk.
That's it.
What? Oh, right. Sorry. It feels like we just talked. I've been keeping an eye on you. Information is one of the few perks of this job. Watch out for Bartrand. He's a son of a bitch.
Still having trouble? I thought you were past all that.
Lately, I don't know. I've been pushed out to some dead patrols. Maybe I stepped on someone's toes.
You can be forceful.
My charm, right? I should be able to go where I'm needed. In fact, I might have a job for you. Let me know if you want to do a favor for Kirkwall. Otherwise, I'm here if you need me. Maker knows I could use more satisfying work.
All right, Aveline. You have something worth doing?
My patrols may be empty walks in the dark, but there's something big coming up, and I could use you. An ambush, probably for a caravan, although I can't find any shipments that match up. Doesn't matter though. Highwaymen waiting for someone to rob. I'm putting a stop to it, my district or not.
All right, Aveline. I'll play guard for you.
I knew I could count on you. They're hidden up Sundermount, remote and rough, but we can make good time with a shortcut this side. And no, you can't run off and do it without me. I trust you, but I have to be there. You're acting on behalf of the Guard.
Okay, not sure I needed like a 30-minute lecture on that shit. Pretty sure I didn't need a 30-minute lecture on that shit. Anyway. Well, I know exactly where I'm at. I'm still sad I didn't get some Taco Bell earlier. You know, Taco Bell actually sent me a text and said, hey man, we got everything half off. And then I went to like, oh my God, okay, I get half off Taco Bell, even though it's the worst fucking not Mexican food that ever existed. God damn it, I think I need some of that. Like maybe some Dorito Locos tacos for, you know, $30 instead of $60. You know, that type of thing, right? Nah, man. They said, oh, there's not a Taco Bell in your area. But you're welcome to order that shit at regular price and spend $90 fucking to eat maybe enough to make you not hungry for like 30 minutes. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate that, fucking DoorDash. Piece of fucking shit. Actually, I'm actually going to go call DoorDash and complain about that. as soon as I stop this. I'm literally going to go complain. Hey, man, don't offer me a deal and entice me to do something and then cut the deal off and hope that I'll buy it for twice what you... You know what, man? I need to go complain. Maybe they'll send me a credit on DoorDash and I can avoid some fee later when I want to get, like, you know, I don't know, a couple 6-packs of fucking natural light from a local convenience store, you know, something like that. Yeah, maybe I can get like $10 off. If I yell out enough, maybe. If not, fuck them. At least they got to listen to me yell at them for at least 30 minutes, and that's satisfying. So, there you have it. All right. Anyway, all good. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a day. Sorry, it wasn't like a full 8 hours, but it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm actually hungry. I'm like seriously starving. And fucking Taco Bell, DoorDash taunted me earlier with Taco Bell. They need to pay for that. Even if I have to spend a half an hour making them pay for that. I mean, that's fair, right? They tormented me for like, I don't know, 6 hours. They can be tormented for like 30 minutes. I think that's fair. I paid my dues. Anyway. All right, guys. Anyway. Man, thank you, Knight, man. And you too, man. Y'all just God bless, man. Y'all take care. Appreciate you hanging out, and thanks for talking with me. This has been fantastic. It's like seriously been fantastic. Like, got some support, got some cool conversations, got to talk about shit that actually matters. If you don't think it matters, that's fine. I mean, that's cool. But we still got to talk about it, and you at least got to hear it. And if you decided that doesn't matter, at least you made a decision on something that you heard. So guess what? If you heard something important, even if you fucking hated it, well, hopefully your brain has the capacity to think about it. And I'm not saying anything or everything I'm saying is right, but I know it's right. So that's why I passed it along. Because I would not fuck you over by passing along something that I thought was evil or bad. And I think that's fair too. I would not knowingly do that. But if I thought something was advantageous, even if it was not advantageous to me to pass along, I would still pass it along so that you guys could have that for free. And it's always been free. Good is always free. There's no such thing as free. That's a lie. Good is always free. You can freely do it, and you can freely receive it, and you can freely thank it with no consequence. The only thing that is against that is bad. True story? Think about that for a second, man. I actually didn't just come up with that. No, I didn't make that shit up at all. That's actually a true story. And yeah, I got to think about that myself. Actually, I'm probably going to go back on my stream a little bit and just listen to that again because, God damn it, man, that's simple. Just, God bless it, that's simple. Yeah. Anyway, all right, good night, everybody. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully. And if I don't, then you guys have a good weekend. So I guess it's technically Friday, right? So you guys have a really good weekend. God bless you, your families, your loved ones, your babies. Have a good weekend. Do something blessed. Yeah. I wish that on every single one of you. Just, there you go, man. That's it. It's not going to happen because I say it will, but I would love to see it happen because I prayed that it would. Is that fair? I think that's fair. Good night, everybody.